Chosen one, stop scrolling. The noise has been too loud, hasn't it? You've been moving through days that felt endless, wondering if heaven even remembers your name. But right now, everything stills. This is not an accident. The message that has been chasing you through signs, songs, and strange coincidences has finally found you. You have survived storms that should have ended you, nights when your heart screamed quietly, "Why me?" and mornings when strength felt like a memory. Yet here you are, still breathing, still standing, still hoping. That's not weakness. That's divine evidence. You were never abandoned. You were being built. There was once a chosen one who spent years in the silence of waiting. He worked hard, prayed harder, and watched others rise, while his own season seemed stuck. But when everything finally fell apart, when the walls of comfort collapsed, he discovered something sacred. Silence is not absence. Silence is shaping. It is the potter's hand pressing clay into form. That same process is happening to you. Maybe you've been asking, when will it happen for me? But the truth is, it already has. The shift started the moment you refused to quit. The heavens have been aligning around your endurance. You thought nothing was moving, but every tear watered unseen roots. Every disappointment was training your discernment. Every no was a doorway to something holier. You're standing in what I call the divine hush, the pause before the trumpet. Heaven does not rush revelation, it ripens it. And you, chosen one, are ripe with promise. Think about the diamond buried in darkness. It can't shine while it's being formed. But that doesn't mean it's dead. It's gathering brilliance in secret. That's you. The shadows didn't bury you, they baptized you. Now lift your eyes. Something holy is stirring behind the veil. You can feel it in your bones, the quiet vibration that says, it's time. Heaven is about to unfold everything you thought was lost. The Word of God declares in the book of Psalms, chapter 27, verse 14, "Wait for the Lord, be strong, and let your heart take courage." Wait for the Lord. Wait. Be strong. Let your heart take courage. This is not the end. This is the inhale before you soar. Courage doesn't mean absence of fear. It means moving anyway. Trusting that the silence carries instruction. Every delay was a design. Every detour, divine direction. You were hidden not to be forgotten, but to be refined. You were not behind schedule. You were in sacred timing. And here's the revelation. You've already crossed the invisible line. Heaven has decided in your favor. The enemy knows it. That's why the attacks intensified right before peace arrived. The darkness always fights hardest when the light is about to break. So, stand firm. Lift your head. You are not merely surviving, you are awakening. The silence before revelation is ending, and the voice of destiny is about to speak your name aloud. When it does, everything shifts. The doors that resisted you will open without knocking. The favor that ignored you will suddenly chase you. People who once overlooked you will have to watch what God does next. If this message reaches your spirit, mark this moment. Comment the number 777, a sign of completion and divine alignment. Then, if you feel led, share this message, so another chosen one may awaken. Subscribe, stay close, and prepare, because what comes next isn't just a story, it's the unveiling of who you've been all along. The silence before revelation has ended. Heaven has turned its face toward you. You feel the air around you shifting, don't you? It's subtle, like the first breeze before a storm. That's the sign that heaven has moved. When God turns his face towards someone, creation itself adjusts. Circumstances start bending. Hearts begin softening. Opportunities once locked begin to tremble. You're not waiting for change anymore. You've stepped into it. The silence was a seed. Now, that seed is breaking open. There's pain in that split. But it's the pain of birth, not of death. You've been pregnant with purpose. And the contractions you feel are proof that what's inside you refuses to stay hidden any longer. Every chosen one must go through this moment, the tearing before the revealing. Some will not understand the glow on your face. They will call it coincidence or luck. But you'll know it's favor. The same God who hid you is now revealing you. You don't need to announce your arrival. Heaven will echo it for you. The fragrance of your obedience is already traveling ahead of you. There will be moments of trembling as you step forward. That's all right. Courage often walks hand in hand with shaking knees. Every new level begins with uncertainty. Don't confuse it with fear. It's the sound of your spirit stretching to fit new territory. Remember this: the light you carry terrifies darkness. Imagine standing on a mountain at dawn. The world below still sleeps, but you see the horizon ignite. That's you awake while others still slumber. The glow that rises within you isn't just for beauty, it's for battle. You've been chosen to bring warmth where the world grew cold. Your story will speak. The same tears that once fell in secret will now water other souls. You will find people who were waiting for your voice, your experience, your scars. Tell them how you made it through. Tell them about the silence that taught you to listen. That's where your power lies. And when you speak, speak with grace. Don't carry bitterness into your next chapter. It doesn't belong there. The pain trained you, but it no longer defines you. What defines you now is resilience, glory refined through fire. You've become living proof that waiting is never wasted. So, walk forward. Chosen one, keep your eyes lifted, your spirit steady, your faith loud. The revelation isn't coming, it's already here. The silence has given birth to your sound. Heaven is writing again. And this time, the ink spells victory. You wake the next morning, and something inside feels different. It's quiet but powerful, like the weight in the air before rain. The world around you looks the same, yet your spirit senses movement. You can't explain it to anyone. You just know that something unseen has shifted. What was heavy yesterday feels lighter today. Not because the load changed, but because you did. This is what happens when revelation begins to settle inside you. It starts softly, almost shy, before it grows into strength. The truth you once heard as a whisper now stands in the room like a presence. You no longer question. If you are chosen, you simply begin to act like it. And that, chosen one, is when heaven leans closer. Every calling begins with this awakening. It's not loud, not spectacular. It feels like awareness sliding through your bones. You begin to see patterns where before there was only pain. You start to recognize divine fingerprints on events you thought were meaningless. You understand that none of it was wasted, not the heartbreak, not the rejection, not the seasons of silence. Each moment carried a seed of divine strategy. There was a man once, a chosen one, who lost everything in one season. His business failed. His friends disappeared. His prayers felt like echoes. He told himself he was cursed. But in his emptiness, he began to notice things. A sunrise after days of rain, a stranger's kindness, an idea that refused to leave his mind. Out of the ashes of loss came the blueprint for something far greater. What seemed like ruin was actually reset. That is how God works. He hides beginnings inside endings, like seeds buried in soil. The end of comfort is the beginning of calling. You thought you were being stripped down, but in truth, you were being cleared for growth. You've started to feel it, the gentle pull toward alignment. Things that once satisfied no longer do. Conversations that used to excite you now drain your energy. Your spirit is becoming selective, hungry for truth, allergic to distraction. This is not arrogance, it's ascension. Heaven is tuning you to a higher frequency. And some sounds no longer belong. There's a holy loneliness that comes with being chosen. You will outgrow circles that once defined you. Don't fight it. Let it happen. The eagle cannot stay in the nest once its wings stretch wide. The nest was for nurture, not destiny. In this quiet transformation, you will wrestle with self-doubt. You'll ask, am I really ready? But readiness is not a feeling, it's a decision. The chosen are rarely ready when called. They become ready through obedience. That's the paradox of divine purpose. The moment you move in faith, the resources start appearing. Think of Moses standing before the Red Sea, staff trembling in his hand. He wasn't given a bridge, only a command: lift it. The sea did not part before he moved. It parted as he obeyed. Your sea will do the same. You may not see the entire map, but you were never meant to. God leads by revelation, not by explanation. If he showed you everything, there would be no room for faith. Faith is the light that glows only when you step forward. This is the tension of being chosen, learning to walk with incomplete instructions. The world demands clarity. Heaven demands trust. You'll learn to find peace not in having all the answers, but in knowing who walks beside you. As it is written in the book of Proverbs, chapter 3, verse 5, trust in the Lord with all your heart, and lean not on your own understanding. Trust. That's the whole lesson of this stage. Trust that the silence was not wasted. Trust that your preparation was not punishment. Trust that the delays were divine protection. You have not missed your moment. You are being measured for it. The universe is bending to accommodate what God has spoken over you. The places that once rejected you will soon recognize you. Even your enemies will have to acknowledge what heaven has crowned. But for now, stay rooted. Let humility guard your elevation. Growth without grounding leads to collapse. That's why your roots had to go deep before your branches could reach high. Every tear watered those roots. Every lonely night strengthened the foundation. You are unshakable now, even if you don't feel it yet. This is your building season. Don't despise it. The foundation determines the height of the tower. The deeper the dig, the greater the destiny. You are being structured for something that will outlast time. When the noise of the world tries to lure you back into distraction, remember this: chosen people move differently. You no longer react, you respond. You no longer chase validation, you carry confirmation. The applause of men can't compare to the whisper of God saying, "You're on the right path." Old, you are walking into a season where discernment will become your greatest weapon. You will see through smiles that hide motives, through opportunities that glitter but lead to traps. The Spirit within you will alert you before deception can touch you. This is part of your inheritance, divine insight, sharpened through pain. And when you begin to notice the patterns again, the sudden peace, the unexpected favor, the clarity in your prayers, remember what's happening. The silence before revelation has turned into the sound of direction. Heaven is speaking in movement now, not in words. Every step you take is guided. Every delay is recalibration. You are being led by a hand stronger than your fears, a wisdom older than time itself. You are walking the path of those who trusted before they saw and changed the world because of it. You, chosen one, are next in that line. There comes a moment when your spirit can no longer ignore what it knows. It's that inner pull, quiet but relentless, urging you to move. You've crossed the threshold of waiting, and now heaven is whispering, walk. This is where faith stops being an idea and becomes your daily breath. The path before you may not look clear. It might twist through shadows, uncertainty, and moments that make you question whether you've heard right. But listen closely. Every step of faith rearranges the invisible. When you move, the atmosphere shifts. When you speak, things align. Heaven doesn't respond to fear, it responds to movement. You've been equipped for this stage, even if you can't see the evidence yet. The weapons of your warfare were forged in silence. The patience, resilience, and discernment you learned through struggle are now your armor. You may feel small in the face of your assignment, but your obedience carries weight. The unseen realm knows your name. There's a story of a man who once doubted his calling. He looked at others and thought they were stronger, smarter, more spiritual. But God never asked him to be like anyone else. One night, as he prayed, he felt a voice within say, "I made you different so the world would see me differently." That revelation shattered his fear. From then on, he walked with quiet confidence, knowing heaven had a unique pattern for his steps. You have that same pattern. What others call mistakes were training sessions. The failures you've mourned were rehearsals for victory. The voice that once told you you're not enough is losing power. Every lie breaks in the light of truth. You are not behind. You are being divinely timed. You are not overlooked. You are being revealed slowly, like dawn breaking over a horizon. And here's what many forget. Walking in purpose isn't about perfection, it's about alignment. You will stumble, but you will not fall apart. You will hesitate, but heaven will still hold your hand. God measures your heart, not your pace. The apostle reminds us in his letter to the Corinthians. Second book, chapter 5, verse 7, "For we walk by faith, not by sight." Faith walking. That's what this season is. It's the art of trusting steps you don't yet understand. It's letting your spirit lead while your mind catches up. It's believing that what feels uncertain is actually holy ground. You're being trained to hear heaven in motion, to recognize divine timing, not through signs and wonders, but through peace. Peace is the proof. When the next step feels impossible but peaceful, that's your confirmation. And when you finally move, you'll realize something breathtaking. The Red Sea parts after the first step, not before it. The miracle waits for movement. That's the reason this message found you right now, to stir action, to remind you that hesitation has an expiration date. The enemy's favorite tactic is delay. The Spirit's favorite command is go. Ed, you don't need full understanding to start. You need faith enough to move. The next door won't open by curiosity. It opens by conviction. And if you feel a trembling in your chest while reading this, that's the call. That's the pulse of destiny echoing, saying, now, Ed, so do something simple. Make this moment real. Comment, I move now. Ed, write it as a declaration. Let it be your spiritual signature. Your agreement with heaven that you will not stay still when you're being called forward. Every word you release in faith carries energy. When you type it, it's more than digital ink. It's a prophetic act. You're telling the atmosphere, my silence ends here. Oh, this is the power of obedience. Every small yes becomes a bridge to something larger. Every act of faith draws heaven closer to earth. You don't have to roar to be powerful. Sometimes the quietest I will go shakes more than thunder. So rise. Chosen one, keep your steps steady. Your eyes lifted. Your heart anchored. You are not walking alone. The same hand that called you is guiding you. Every footstep you take becomes testimony. Every breath you release becomes worship. Faith has chosen you to prove that trust still works. Heaven is watching, waiting, ready to multiply every brave step you take. And when you look back one day, you'll realize you were never just walking. You were rewriting the map. You take a deep breath. The words, I move now, still echo somewhere inside you. And something begins to shift. It's not just emotion, it's alignment. You've said it, and heaven has heard it. There is power in decision. When your mouth and your spirit agree, the atmosphere cannot stay the same. This is the moment where faith meets reality. You start to sense divine orchestration, small coincidences, new conversations, sudden clarity. Don't dismiss them. These are signs that heaven is arranging the path beneath your feet. The invisible world is far busier than it looks. While you're simply walking, angels are preparing outcomes. Sometimes the next step won't look glorious. It might even look ordinary. But that's how God hides greatness in the small. David's kingship began with sheep. Moses' mission began with a rod. And your calling may begin with one small act of courage. The size of the step doesn't define its power. Obedience does. The key now is consistency. Faith isn't proven by moments of passion. It's proven by steady movement. When you wake tomorrow, move again. When fear whispers, move anyway. Faith becomes a habit before it becomes a miracle. Heaven honors the one who keeps walking when there's no applause. And as you walk, you'll notice your heart changing. You stop craving control and start craving presence. You stop asking, when will this end? And start asking, what is God building in me right now? That question transforms frustration into worship. You have begun something sacred. Every movement forward is prophecy fulfilled. Every decision to trust is a seed sown into eternity. Keep walking. Keep believing. You are not only moving toward destiny, you are becoming destiny in motion. There comes a time when every chosen one must learn the art of endurance. You have moved. You have obeyed. And now you find yourself in the middle of a stretch too far to turn back, yet not close enough to see the finish. This is the wilderness of becoming, the space where God strengthens what He has already spoken. The wilderness doesn't announce itself. It arrives quietly. like a pause between notes. Things that once felt easy suddenly require more faith. Prayers take longer to be answered. Doors that opened quickly now demand patience. You begin to wonder if something went wrong. But nothing has gone wrong. You've simply stepped deeper into purpose. Every promise must be proven before it's performed. The waiting is not punishment. It's weight training. The silence is resistance meant to build spiritual muscle. Just as iron sharpens iron, the wilderness sharpens destiny. It's here that you discover what you really believe. It's one thing to trust God when blessings flow. It's another to trust Him when nothing seems to move. True faith doesn't depend on evidence. It depends on relationship. When you can't trace His hand, you learn to trust His heart. There was a woman once who reached this place. She had seen small victories and expected more to follow. But suddenly, everything stopped. No new opportunities, no visible favor, just stillness. For months she fought doubt. She thought she must have done something wrong. But one night, as she read the ancient words again, a verse came alive in her heart. Be still, and know that I am God. That stillness didn't silence her, it anchored her. When the season finally turned, she understood. Faith is not proven in the noise, it's proven in the still. That's what this season teaches you, to stay planted when nothing blooms, to hold peace when pressure mounts, to remain faithful when feelings fade. The Word of God declares in the book of James, chapter 1, verse 12, Blessed is the one who perseveres under trial, because, having stood the test, that person will receive the crown of life that the Lord has promised to those who love Him. End of 2. The crown of life, it isn't given at the beginning, it's earned in endurance. Every trial you face becomes another thread in that crown. Woven by unseen hands, heaven watches not for perfection, but for perseverance. There's beauty in this hidden stretch. When everything slows down, your senses sharpen. You start to notice the gentle ways God speaks through a quiet peace. A friend's words, a sunrise after a sleepless night. These are the whispers that sustain you. The wilderness also exposes what doesn't belong. Fear, pride, dependency on validation. Each one surfaces here. Not to shame you, but to release you. You can't carry old weight into new glory. God strips away what cannot survive at higher altitudes. It's painful, yes, but necessary. Think of it like climbing a mountain. The air thins as you rise, and every step higher demands you travel lighter. That's why certain relationships fade. Why some opportunities close. They would suffocate your spirit at the next level. The climb is lonely because elevation is personal. Yet even in solitude, you are not alone. The same fire that led Israel by night still burns before you. The same presence that sustained Elijah under the broom tree now strengthens you in secret. What feels like absence is actually intimacy, God trusting you with silence. Because He knows you can handle it. There will be mornings when you wake up and feel no motivation. Go anyway. There will be prayers that feel empty. Pray anyway. Endurance is built through repetition, through showing up even when emotion is gone. Heaven measures consistency as worship. You'll learn something profound here, that strength is not the absence of weakness, but the decision to move through it. You don't have to roar to be powerful. Sometimes endurance is quiet, steady, sacred. In this stretch, your heart becomes steady as stone, yet tender as light. You'll stop fighting for visibility and start yearning for depth. You'll realize the wilderness is not a delay, it's an invitation to intimacy. When you reach this understanding, peace comes suddenly. Not the fragile peace of circumstance, but the deep peace that defies explanation. It's the peace that says, even if nothing changes, I'm still becoming. That's when you know endurance has done its work. This phase doesn't last forever. The wilderness always gives way to promise. The same God who led you in will lead you out, but you'll emerge different, calmer, wiser, anchored. What once shook you will no longer touch you. You will carry a quiet authority that only endurance can birth. So, if you find yourself still in that long middle stretch, remember, you're not lost. You're in training. The silence is strengthening your sound. The weight is building your wings. And when the time comes, you'll soar not because of the absence of struggle, but because of what you became within it. The wilderness doesn't break the chosen, it refines them. And when the refining ends, the radiance begins. Endurance doesn't just prepare you for blessing, it transforms how you carry it. When your season of release arrives, you won't rush to prove yourself. You'll move with quiet certainty, aware that power without patience is dangerous. The wilderness has taught you restraint, the art of moving only when heaven says, now. There will come a moment when you'll look back and smile, realizing that the stretch you once hated became the sanctuary that formed you. It was there that your faith stopped being fragile and started becoming unbreakable. So, hold steady a little longer. Every silent day, every test, every unseen victory is a line in your story of endurance. The crown of life is already being shaped upon your head. You can feel it now, the quiet strength that comes after surviving the storm. Something inside you has shifted again. The wilderness didn't destroy you, it rewired you. You see differently now. You don't just look for signs of blessing, you recognize them in the smallest moments. In the warmth of morning light, in the voice of someone who understands, in the rhythm of your own breathing. You've learned that peace is not a reward, it's a result of alignment. What's coming next is not chaos, but restoration. You've endured enough to be trusted with stability. You've been tempered like gold in fire. And now your reflection begins to show. The world will soon see what heaven has already known. This is your season of divine reversal. Every scar has become a window for light. What used to hurt now heals others. You no longer run from your past, you use it as proof that grace works. Your story is a bridge, not a chain. That's why your journey matters. It's not just for you. It's for those who will come after you. There's a story about a young man who thought his purpose was too small. He compared himself constantly to others, people with louder voices, brighter platforms, greater influence. But one night, as he walked alone near the sea, he saw a lantern floating on the water. Its light was small, but it cut through miles of darkness. That's when he heard the whisper, "The size of your light doesn't matter, it's the direction that counts." From that moment on, he stopped comparing and started shining. You are that lantern. You may not see how much darkness your light dispels, but heaven says it. Every kind word, every act of forgiveness, every quiet prayer, it all ripples through eternity. You are changing atmospheres simply by being obedient. As the prophet wrote in the scroll of Hosea, chapter 6, verse 3, "Let us acknowledge the Lord. Let us press on to know him. As surely as the sun rises, he will appear. He will come to us like the winter rains, like the spring rains that water the earth. Oh, these words hold a promise. God's appearing is inevitable. Just like rain finds the soil, his presence always finds the seeker. You don't chase him in vain. Every step toward him is met with grace. Now that your spirit has been softened by endurance, you're ready to bloom again. It's like a garden after winter. The ground looks barren, but underneath, the roots are alive and ready. The rains of favor are coming. Not because you demanded them, but because you stayed. You remained when others walked away. That kind of faith never goes unnoticed. You might begin to see small openings, doors you once knocked on begin to unlock. People reach out. Opportunities steer. Don't rush it. Let each door open in rhythm. God doesn't do chaos. He does choreography. Every blessing has its time. As your life begins to expand, remember the gentleness that got you here. The world rewards noise, but heaven rewards heart. Move quietly. Stay humble. And let your light speak for you. Sometimes, the best way to honor what you've received is to share it. When you speak words of hope, when you tell your story, when you lift another soul who's struggling, you multiply your miracle. You don't have to preach, you just have to be real. The truth that healed you will heal others too. And that's why this space exists. Each time you reach out when you like these words, when you share this light, you're not clicking a button. You're lighting another candle on the water. Each flame drifts farther, carrying warmth to someone lost in their own night. If your heart feels it, subscribe, not as a routine, but as a promise to keep the lanterns burning together. Think of it as building a sky full of stars, each one belonging to a soul that once walked through darkness and found their light. There's no pressure here, no demand. This isn't about algorithms or numbers. It's about unity. It's about chosen ones finding each other, soul by soul, across distance and time. When you choose to stay connected, to listen, to share, to walk together, you're helping to build something eternal, a sanctuary of voices that remind the world that light still wins. The chosen never walk alone. When one rises, the others gain courage. When one shines, shadows retreat further. That's how heaven's design works, interconnected, eternal, unstoppable. You were never meant to shine in isolation. The stars only form constellations when they come together. That's what we're building here, not a crowd, but a constellation of faith, each light adding depth to the next. Your presence matters, your support, your attention, your kindness. They all build this sacred echo that reaches further than you can imagine. You are part of something unfolding, something divine, something alive. So walk into this new season gently but boldly. Let joy return to your movements. Let laughter find its way back into your days. Let gratitude be the rhythm of your steps. The heavy days are behind you now. The horizon is open. And when the next wave of doubt tries to rise, remember the rain in Hosea's promise. He will come to you like the spring rains. You don't have to force what's already on its way. Just stay open. Just stay faithful. Just stay you. The world needs your light, and heaven celebrates every flicker of it. You've come through the dark. You've learned to stand, and now you're learning to shine. Let your life be the gentle proof that obedience brings beauty, that surrender brings strength, and that sharing hope multiplies it. The sky is wide enough for every light to burn. And you, chosen one, you are one of the brightest. There's a holy stillness that follows every awakening, a calm that feels both fragile and infinite. You've learned to stand, to wait, to move. And now, heaven begins to whisper again. This time, the message is not about endurance or patience. It's about recognition. You are about to see the evidence of what your faith has built in secret. You've sown in silence, and heaven has not forgotten a single seed. The prayers you whispered when no one was watching are beginning to take form. They're rising like green shoots through the cracks of concrete, proving that even in hard places, life finds a way. Every yes you gave to God, every quiet act of obedience has been heard. There's a moment in every chosen one's journey when the invisible starts becoming visible. It doesn't happen all at once. It unfolds in layers. Suddenly, things that once made no sense begin to connect. The pieces rearrange themselves into clarity. It's not magic, it's manifestation. The promises of God are surfacing one by one. You'll notice the shift first in your spirit. There's peace where anxiety used to live. There's courage where hesitation once ruled. You'll find yourself responding differently, loving deeper, forgiving faster. These are not small changes. They are the proof of transformation. Heaven has been working inside you long before the world could see the result. There was once a woman who spent years praying for breakthrough. She gave. She served. She waited. But nothing seemed to move. Then, one ordinary morning, she opened her window and saw sunlight hitting her floor in the shape of a cross. That small image broke her, not because of the light itself, but because she realized something profound. God had been there the entire time. She hadn't missed him, she had only stopped noticing. That revelation became the turning point of her life. You're standing in that same kind of moment. The signs are around you. You just have to look again. It was proclaimed in the second letter to Timothy, chapter 1, verse 7, "For God has not given us a spirit of fear, but of power, of love, and of a sound mind." No, let those words settle deep inside you. Power, love, a sound mind. They are not rewards, they are your inheritance. You've already been equipped, now you must walk as if you know it. Power doesn't always shout. Sometimes it whispers. Love doesn't always win through force, it conquers through peace. And a sound mind doesn't mean you'll never face storms, it means you'll remain steady through them. This is the evidence that heaven's hand is upon you. As you begin to see the fruit of your faith, don't rush to explain it. Some things are too divine for definition. Let your transformation speak for itself. You don't have to prove your calling, you just have to live it. The way you carry yourself, the way you respond to opposition, the way you love people who hurt you, that's your testimony. This season, you'll notice something else. The weight of fear has lifted. The doubts that once controlled you will try to whisper again, but they no longer have authority. You've outgrown them. You are no longer the person they were designed to intimidate. There's a peace around you now that makes no logical sense, and that's exactly how you'll know it's divine. The world can't take what it never gave. What you carry can't be shaken by trends, critics, or failure. The anointing on your life has matured, and it shows. But remember, this power without gratitude turns hollow. So pause and breathe. Give thanks, not just for the victories, but for the journey that taught you how to value them. The wilderness that once felt endless has now become your foundation. You can stand on it, confident and unashamed. If you feel the confirmation rising in your heart, mark this moment. Comment the number 333. Write it as a sign that you hear this, not as superstition, but as sacred agreement. 3 is the number of completion, unity, and resurrection. When you type it, you're not just interacting, you're affirming, I have stepped into power, love, and a sound mind. M, the heavens respond to acknowledgement. Every small act of faith sends ripples into eternity. So, don't underestimate what you just did. It's a declaration written in the unseen. Now, as you walk into this new rhythm, you'll find yourself guided differently. God will begin to send confirmations through subtle details, a stranger's kind word, a passage you weren't planning to read, a door that opens without effort. These are divine winks, little reminders that say, you're right where you're meant to be. You're stepping into alignment, the place where what you carry inside finally meets its reflection in the world around you. This is not coincidence, it's convergence. What heaven declared long ago is now meeting the timing of earth. Think of your journey like a river finding the sea. It twists, it bends, it crashes against rocks, but it never stops flowing. The water doesn't argue with the path, it simply moves forward until it arrives. You, too, are arriving. Every detour has been a direction. Every delay has been a design. And now that you're flowing in your purpose, expect resistance, but don't fear it. Rivers are loudest near the rocks because that's where momentum builds. You're not being blocked, you're being strengthened. The more the resistance, the more the roar of your impact. You are walking proof that fear cannot hold what is already free. You've come through the silence, through the waiting, through the refining. You stand now as a living testimony that divine timing never fails. Take a moment. Feel the air in your lungs, the quiet assurance in your heart. This peace is not fragile, it's fortified. You earned it through faithfulness. You built it with patience. Heaven looks at you and calls you steady. Earth looks at you and calls you strong. But the truth is, you are both, and more. You are the bridge between the two, carrying heaven's calm into a restless world. Every step you take from here will echo with purpose. Every word you speak will carry weight. You are not the same person who started this journey. You've become the evidence of endurance, the reflection of divine power clothed in humility. And as you continue walking forward, remember, you are not chasing miracles anymore. You are living as one. The deeper you walk into purpose, the quieter it becomes. Nuages fade, crowds thin, and the path narrows until it's just you and the one who called you. This is where many turn back, not because they are weak, but because silence can feel like abandonment when you don't understand it. But you, chosen one, you've been trained by quietness. You've learned that when the noise dies, the whisper grows stronger. In this stage, revelation becomes relationship. God stops explaining and starts revealing through presence. You no longer need signs in the sky to know He's near you. Recognize Him in the peace that follows confusion, in the warmth that arrives after prayer, in the invisible hand that keeps you steady when everything should collapse. This is intimacy, walking with God without needing to see where He's leading. It's trust refined to its purest form. You don't demand answers anymore. You simply walk. The one who demanded signs has become the one who carries them. Many of the chosen pass through this holy hush. Moses had it on the mountain, Elijah in the cave, David in the fields. It's in solitude that divine friendship takes root. Crowds may validate you, but only silence transforms you. You'll begin to notice something beautiful here. Your hunger for external validation begins to die. You no longer crave applause or recognition. You find joy in hidden obedience. It's like being a candle in a cathedral. No one may see you, but your light still fills the room. Heaven counts what the world overlooks. Your prayers change too. They stop being lists and become conversations. You stop trying to convince heaven and start learning to listen. Sometimes the best prayer is a sigh, a pause, a tear that says what words cannot. Heaven understands those better than any sermon. This is the sacred exchange, less talking, more knowing. You'll find that revelation no longer comes as thunder, but as a steady glow in your heart. Truth becomes alive, not through volume, but through presence. There's a story of a sculptor who spent years shaping a single piece of marble. Visitors came often, watching him chisel endlessly, yet they couldn't see the progress. "You've been carving for months." One man said, "It still looks the same." The sculptor smiled and replied, "Every small strike is shaping what will one day stand in light." That's how God works with you. Every unseen moment, every private surrender, every quiet act of faith, it's a divine chisel. He's shaping you into something that can stand in light without cracking. According to what is revealed in the book of Hebrews, chapter 12, verse 11, no discipline seems pleasant at the time, but painful later on. However, it produces a harvest of righteousness and peace for those who have been trained by it. Then, the word trained matters here. Discipline is not punishment, it's preparation. The pressure you've felt lately isn't cruelty, it's craftsmanship. Heaven's shaping hand doesn't strike to hurt, it strikes to refine. In this hidden place, the fruit of peace begins to ripen. You'll start to feel a strange calm in situations that once rattled you. People may misunderstand it as indifference, but it's not. It's mastery. You've learned that not every battle deserves your energy. You've stopped reacting to every noise because you know not every sound carries truth. Peace becomes your armor. You'll walk through chaos untouched, not because storms have stopped coming, but because you've become the eye within them. The world may spin, but your spirit stays still. That stillness is heaven's signature on your soul. You are now learning to see the world as God does, not as a battlefield of threats, but as a landscape of purpose. Every person, every challenge, every delay serves a divine function. Even pain has meaning when you view it through the lens of grace. This new awareness will also refine your relationships. You'll stop chasing people who drain your spirit and start cherishing those who water it. You'll recognize the difference between company and connection. You'll understand that not everyone can walk this path with you, and that's okay. Love them, bless them, but don't shrink yourself to fit where God is no longer leading you. You are being positioned now for something sacred, a role that cannot be filled by imitation. Heaven doesn't mass-produce destiny, it handcrafts it. That's why your process feels personal, even peculiar. You are a design no one else carries. And while the world races to be seen, you are being taught to see hearts beyond masks, to sense purpose in pain, to recognize the fingerprints of God in unexpected places. You are developing prophetic vision, the ability to discern the unseen. Every chosen one reaches this crossroads. Continue chasing visibility or choose to be a vessel. Visibility fades, vessels overflow. You were not called to impress, you were called to impact. Your light was never meant to flash, it was meant to endure. So, when you find yourself in this calm, don't panic. You haven't lost momentum, you've gained mastery. You're standing in the space between doing and being, the space where purpose stops performing and starts breathing. Stay there. Let the silence stretch. Let the presence settle. You are being shaped into something the world doesn't have language for yet. Soon, what you carry will speak louder than anything you could ever say. And when that time comes, you won't need to announce it. The fruit will tell the story. The peace will prove the process. The glow on your face will reveal the glory. For now, rest in the rhythm of becoming. You are not behind, you are unfolding. Heaven hasn't gone quiet. It's simply teaching you to hear in a higher frequency. The sculptor is still carving, and soon the marble will shine. You begin to notice that time feels different now. The days move quietly, yet every moment carries weight. You no longer live rushing from one thing to the next. You walk with awareness. Every conversation feels sacred. Every silence full of meaning. You've stopped counting days and started measuring growth. This is what maturity feels like, not the absence of struggle, but the presence of understanding. What used to confuse you now begins to make sense. You see how every season was woven together, how every heartbreak carried instruction. It's like standing on a high mountain and looking back at the winding path that brought you there. From above, you finally see the pattern. The valleys that once felt random now form the shape of purpose. There's peace in that realization. You no longer resent the hard years. You no longer curse the seasons that broke you. You understand that even pain was a teacher. Every loss carved out more space for wisdom to live. You've been stretched, not to destroy you, but to make you capable of carrying more light. This is the phase where gratitude becomes effortless. You stop forcing thankfulness and start feeling it naturally. Even when things don't go as planned, your first instinct is not panic, but perspective. You whisper, there must be purpose here. And somehow, there always is. There was a young woman who once lived in fear of failure. Every step she took was calculated, cautious, controlled. She prayed, but only for safe outcomes. Then, after a sudden disappointment, she stopped trying to predict everything. She said, if I can't control what happens, I'll trust who holds it. From that moment, peace entered her life, not because the world got easier, but because her faith grew deeper. She learned that surrender is not weakness, it's wisdom. That's the lesson you're walking through now. Surrender has replaced striving. You're no longer begging heaven for answers, you're letting answers arrive in their time. It's a quiet strength that others might not understand. They'll see calmness and think you don't care. But you do. You simply refuse to wrestle what God has already resolved. Heaven speaks clearly through the words in the book of Romans, chapter 8, verse 28. And we know that in all things God works for the good of those who love him, who have been called according to his purpose. No, all things. Not some. Not the good days only. All things. The broken pieces. The delays. The mistakes. All of it folds into purpose. That truth no longer just comforts you. It defines you. You begin to live differently when you believe this. Worry loses its grip. Fear fades into quiet trust. You start to walk through life with a slower, steadier heartbeat. You don't rush to fix what's broken. You let grace repair it. You stop comparing your path to others because you finally understand your journey isn't a race. It's a revelation. Patience becomes a language you now speak fluently. When others complain about delays, you smile, remembering how your greatest blessings came wrapped in waiting. You see beauty in what takes time, because anything eternal is never rushed. This perspective changes the way you see people too. You no longer label others by their mistakes. You see their process. You recognize the same refining fire you walked through in their eyes. Compassion grows where judgment once lived. You become slow to anger, quick to forgive, and gentle even when misunderstood. That gentleness is not weakness, it's divine strength controlled. Your heart has become a garden, once filled with thorns, now blooming with patience, peace, and understanding. The gardener, God Himself, has been pruning, removing what could not bear fruit. Every cut once felt cruel, but now you see why it was necessary. The branches that remain are stronger, reaching toward light with confidence. You've stopped searching for miracles outside yourself because you've realized you are one. The fact that you can love again after heartbreak, that you can trust again after betrayal, that you can hope after disappointment, that's miracle enough. You start to speak softer, listen longer, and breathe deeper. The rush to prove something is gone. The hunger for approval is gone. In its place is a quiet assurance that you are exactly where you're meant to be. There's still work ahead. Yes, but the pressure is gone. You no longer carry it as a burden, but as an assignment. You've learned to walk with purpose rather than push through anxiety. You've learned to lead with peace, not performance. It's strange, isn't it? The same world that once drained you now feels like a canvas. You begin to see divine fingerprints everywhere on the faces you meet, the paths you cross, the words that find you at the right moment. Nothing feels random anymore. Every detail carries meaning. This awareness is what separates those who exist from those who live. Existence reacts. Living recognizes. You now recognize heaven's rhythm, pulsing quietly beneath ordinary days. The sacred is no longer separate from the simple, it flows through everything. In this awareness, you find freedom, not the loud kind that demands celebration, but the quiet kind that sits in peace and says, I am enough, because He is enough. You no longer fight the process, you've become one with it. And in that oneness, you find joy, not the temporary spark of success, but the deep, steady glow of fulfillment. It doesn't depend on outcomes. It doesn't require applause. It simply exists, like light itself, constant and eternal. You are no longer who you were at the beginning of this journey. You've become something rare, a soul at peace with its process. You've stopped chasing signs because now you are one. What used to break you now builds you. What used to frighten you now teaches you. And what once felt like loss now looks like liberation. The revelation is simple, yet sacred. Nothing was wasted. Every part of your story served its purpose. Every scar became a doorway. Every silence shaped your sound. The process was never against you. It was always for you. There's a glow in your spirit now that wasn't there before. It's subtle, but real, like sunlight resting on still water. You're not just surviving anymore, you're radiating. The same places that once drained you now draw from you. You've become a vessel of calm in a restless world. You walk into rooms, and something shifts. People may not know what changed, but they feel it. You carry peace that can't be faked. This is what happens when divine alignment settles in. Your spirit, once fractured by striving, is now whole. The questions that haunted you have lost their sting. You've stopped asking, "Why me?" and started whispering, "Thank you." Gratitude has replaced grief. Stillness has replaced striving. But there's something even deeper happening beneath this peace, an activation. You've been refined. And now heaven begins to release you. The season of internal building is giving way to external purpose. You will begin to see divine appointments align like stars. People, places, and opportunities will connect with uncanny precision. It's not luck, it's orchestration. Every trial you endured was preparing you for this divine synchronization. Think of it like an orchestra tuning before the performance. The sound was chaotic at first, but now every instrument finds its key. You, chosen one, are the melody heaven has been waiting to release. As written in the book of Joshua, chapter 1, verse 9, "Have I not commanded you? Be strong and courageous. Do not be afraid. Do not be discouraged. For the Lord your God will be with you wherever you go." Strength and courage, those two words are your passport for this new territory. You're stepping into places where your old fears can't follow. The uncertainty that once paralyzed you will now propel you, because when you understand divine companionship, you stop fearing distance. Wherever you go, presence goes too. The challenge now is not about faith, it's about flow. You must learn to move with grace. The same way rivers bend around stones, you'll learn to navigate obstacles without losing peace. Flexibility is not compromise, it's wisdom. There's a man whose story mirrors yours. He spent years trying to control every detail of his calling, building walls of perfection around himself. But one day, life cracked those walls open. He lost the illusion of control and found the flow of grace. He realized that obedience was never about control, it was about cooperation. That's what you're learning now. Your life is not a checklist, it's a current. Stop forcing the waves. Let grace carry you. When you yield to it, things begin to unfold in rhythm. Conversations lead to opportunities. Delays lead to discovery. Even rejection leads to redirection. Nothing misses its mark anymore. You will begin to feel this shift even in your body, the tension lifting, the rest returning. Peace isn't just emotional, it's physical. The body keeps score of the soul's wars. And when healing begins, even your breath changes. You exhale longer, slower, like your lungs finally remember what trust feels like. And this is where your next lesson unfolds. Presence. To be present is to dwell in divine timing. Not stuck in yesterday. Not anxious about tomorrow, fully here. Fully alive. Presence is power disguised as simplicity. The world hurries, but the chosen remain grounded. You've learned to be still without being stagnant. Calm without being complacent. That balance is holy. In this stillness, God begins to bring new instructions, not through thunder, but through peace. You'll sense nudges, soft ideas that refuse to leave. Follow them. The Spirit rarely shouts. It whispers direction through peace. You'll know it's divine when it carries clarity instead of confusion. And when that moment comes, when you feel the truth vibrating inside your chest, do something small but sacred. Comment, "I choose peace." And do it as a declaration, not a reaction. You're not typing for approval, you're sealing alignment. Those 3 words aren't just affirmation, they're activation. You're telling your own spirit, "I will no longer wrestle with what's already mine." Every word you release from a posture of peace becomes a seed in the unseen. You'll be amazed at how quickly heaven multiplies them. Sometimes your declaration is the door. After you've written it, sit quietly for a moment. You'll feel something gentle rise inside, a calm recognition that your words have weight, that your agreement echoes. Peace is contagious when it's chosen. You are stepping into the rhythm of rest and responsibility. You are learning that productivity without presence is emptiness, but peace with purpose is abundance. You don't need to prove your light anymore. You just need to let it shine steadily. From here on, the rhythm changes. You will move slower, but achieve more. You will say less, but impact deeper. You will stand taller, not because of pride, but because of peace. This is not the end of striving, it's the birth of flow. You are finally in sync with what heaven has written. You are no longer reacting to the world. The world will now begin to react to you. And when people ask what changed, you'll simply smile and say, "Nothing around me, only everything within me." Because peace doesn't happen when the storm stops. Peace begins when you realize the storm no longer controls you. When you write those words, "I choose peace," you're not just commenting, you're confessing alignment. You are declaring that chaos will no longer be your language, that you will answer anxiety with stillness. It's a spiritual transaction. Your surrender becomes your strength. Your quiet becomes your weapon. This choice is not weakness, it's wisdom. The world may call it passive, but heaven calls it power. Each time you affirm peace, you reclaim authority over your own atmosphere. It's how you remind both heaven and earth that your soul belongs to calm, not to conflict. So write it softly, but with conviction. Those 3 words are a bridge, a statement that your heart now beats in rhythm with divine order. You're not just choosing peace. Peace is choosing you back. You've walked through silence, storms, and surrender. And now something new begins to stir. It feels like dawn after a long night. The light doesn't rush in, it tiptoes across the horizon, painting everything with quiet gold. This is what divine renewal feels like. Not an explosion, not a performance, just the steady returning of life to places that once felt empty. Your spirit, once weary, now hums with subtle energy. You're breathing differently, walking lighter, seeing more clearly. Heaven is no longer a distant hope. It's a rhythm you've learned to move with. Every breath feels like a prayer answered. Every step, a small act of worship. In this new light, you begin to understand that peace is not the end, it's the beginning. From peace, purpose grows. From peace, creativity blooms. From peace, your calling finds clarity. The soil of stillness is where vision takes root. The transformation that happened inside you is starting to radiate outward. People will notice, though they won't be able to name it. They'll say, "You look different," or "You sound lighter." What they're sensing is divine evidence, the reflection of someone who has walked through fire and found grace waiting on the other side. You are becoming a mirror of mercy. You no longer speak from wounds, you speak from wisdom. You no longer reach for approval, you reach for purpose. There's a story of a woman who spent years collecting broken seashells along the shore. Every time the waves threw something shattered at her feet, she picked it up, rinsed it, and kept it. When asked why she loved fragments, she smiled and said, "Because even broken shells sing when the tide returns." That's what you've become, a song born from the sea of endurance. The waves that once threatened to drown you have become the rhythm that carries you. You no longer fear the deep, you've learned to float. The ancient words recorded in the Gospel of John, chapter 15, verse 5, remind us, "I am the vine, you are the branches. If you remain in me, and I in you, you will bear much fruit. Apart from me, you can do nothing." You've learned the meaning of this fruitfulness flows from connection, not striving. You don't have to force your growth, you just have to stay rooted. Like branches leaning into sunlight, you grow by remaining, by trusting the source that nourishes unseen. And as your fruit begins to show kindness, peace, endurance, love, you'll notice something sacred. Your influence grows naturally, without noise. The right people will find you, drawn not by your performance, but by your presence. True anointing never advertises itself, it simply shines. Your life now carries the fragrance of freedom, the kind that doesn't need attention, only authenticity. The way a flower doesn't ask to be noticed, it just blooms. And beauty does the rest. This is why your journey matters. Someone out there is walking the same night you just left behind. They need your story, your words, your light. When you speak, they'll hear courage. When you share, they'll see hope. Your healing becomes their direction. And if your heart feels it, take a moment to gently like this message, or share it, not as obligation but as offering. Each act is like releasing a small dove into the sky. You never know whose window it will land upon. If you haven't yet, subscribe, not for updates, but for connection. Think of it as joining a quiet circle of light, a gathering of souls who've learned that hope multiplies when it's shared. Your click isn't a command, it's a candle. It's a way of saying, "I'm still here, still shining." There's no pressure in this choice, only invitation. You're not being asked to follow a page, you're being invited to follow peace. When we walk together in light, the journey becomes easier, the nights shorter, and the victories sweeter. Think of it this way, every like is a spark, every share a lantern, every subscription a thread weaving you into a tapestry of faith. Together, these threads form something bigger than any one of us, a banner of light against darkness. Because somewhere, even now, someone is scrolling through despair, searching for a reason to believe again. And maybe it's your quiet act, your single spark that becomes the signal they've been waiting for. Your light was never meant to stay hidden. The world needs gentle fires now more than ever, souls that burn not to consume, but to comfort. You are one of them. You are a keeper of warmth, a bearer of dawn. Don't underestimate the reach of your small acts. The ripple from one sincere gesture can cross oceans. One word of encouragement can lift someone from silence. One shared truth can change the course of another's day. You've walked through darkness to understand its language. Now you use that understanding to guide others out. That's what true light does. It remembers what the dark felt like and shines with compassion, not arrogance. So, as you breathe in this new peace, remember, this isn't just your healing. It's heaven's strategy. You were chosen not just to endure, but to illuminate. Every hardship was shaping the glow you now carry. And now, as you move forward, carry this awareness gently. Be the lantern that doesn't demand attention, but still lights the way. Be the hand that steadies others when the wind rises. Be the quiet proof that faith still works. The dawn has come for you, but it's also coming through you. Let it spread. Let it touch everything you meet. The same God who restored you wants to restore through you. And so, chosen one, lift your head. The long night is over. The waves have receded. The horizon is wide and golden. Walk into it not as a survivor, but as a sunrise. Because this light belongs to you and to everyone it touches, the air feels different, now thinner, lighter, alive with possibility. You've walked so far that the landscape of your soul has changed. What once felt like wilderness now feels like wide, open sky. You can breathe again. The heaviness that used to follow you like a shadow no longer has a voice here. You have stepped into a new elevation, and with it comes new vision. Elevation is not only about rising higher, it's about seeing clearer. From this height, the things that once terrified you look smaller. You realize they were never mountains, they were mounds, magnified by fear. The higher you climb in faith, the more the horizon expands. Worry fades into perspective. The same places that once broke you now look like lessons carved in mercy. This is where gratitude deepens into awe. It's one thing to thank God for blessings, it's another to stand still, realizing that even your survival was grace. The breath in your lungs, the calm in your heart, the wisdom in your spirit, none of these came cheap. You earned them through endurance, prayer, and surrender. You've learned that miracles don't always look like sudden shifts. Sometimes they look like steady strength, like waking up on the 1000th morning and still choosing faith. You used to wait for the miraculous, now you've become it. The beauty of this elevation is that it changes how you see others too. Compassion flows naturally when you've been healed by grace. You stop judging people by their actions and start understanding them through their pain. You know what it feels like to be misunderstood, to fight invisible battles, to question your worth. So instead of condemning, you cover. Instead of criticizing, you comfort. That's what it means to carry the nature of heaven on earth. There's a story about an old man who used to plant trees. He knew he'd never live to see fully grown. When asked why he did it, he smiled and said, "Because someone once planted shade for me." That's what you're doing now. You've moved from survival to service. The healing you've received isn't meant to stop with you, it's meant to flow through you. You are planting shade for those who will walk this path after you. As written in the book of Philippians, chapter 1, verse 6, being confident of this, that he who began a good work in you will carry it on to completion until the day of Christ Jesus. End of quote. Those words settle in your spirit like a promise carved in stone. The work in you is not finished, it's unfolding. Completion in heaven's language doesn't mean done, it means developing. You are still being written, shaped, and refined every day. Heaven adds another line to your story. That's why you don't rush anymore. You've stopped comparing your timeline to anyone else's. You've learned that purpose doesn't compete, it evolves. What's meant for you will never miss you, and what misses you was never meant to stay. The peace that follows this understanding is profound. It frees you from striving. The silence that once felt empty now feels full. You can sense divine movement even in stillness. The same stillness that used to scare you has become your sanctuary. You've learned to dwell in it without needing constant validation or noise. And when the world tries to pull you back into chaos, you no longer fight it with panic, you fight it with peace. You've become the calm in the middle of storms, the eye that sees clearly when everything else swirls. You are now walking with a holy confidence, a quiet, knowing that you are guided. You don't have to prove this to anyone. Your peace proves it for you. People may ask, "How do you stay so calm?" And you'll simply answer, "Because I've seen what happens when I trust." This stage of the journey is like walking through a field after rain. Everything smells new, and the soil is soft under your feet. The world looks familiar, but feels transformed. It's not that the circumstances have changed dramatically, it's that you perceive differently, feel differently, respond differently. The old triggers have lost their power because you're anchored deeper now. Every chosen one reaches this point, a quiet plateau where revelation turns into rhythm. You no longer chase divine moments, you live in them. You no longer seek signs, you become one. Your very existence becomes a living message that peace is possible, that healing is real, that love endures. You start to sense destiny not as a distant finish line, but as a daily communion. Every morning becomes a conversation, every challenge a lesson, every act of kindness a form of worship. This elevation also brings responsibility. Light attracts attention, and attention invites imitation. Others will begin to watch you, consciously or not. They'll notice how you speak, how you forgive, how you lead. You won't need a pulpit to preach. Your peace will do it for you. That's why humility becomes your safeguard here. You've seen what happens when pride rises before purpose, how quickly light can turn harsh when disconnected from love. But you've learned better. You know that authority without humility is noise, and influence without grace is empty. So you keep your spirit soft. Even as your strength grows, you stay teachable. Even as wisdom multiplies, you keep walking, not for applause, but because your feet remember where you came from. Every step you take now echoes like a song, one of faith, resilience, and gratitude. You've become the melody that others can follow when they've lost their tune. And as you walk, you'll feel heaven walking with you, not ahead, not behind, but beside you. That's the mark of maturity. You no longer chase presence, you carry it. You've reached a holy calm where nothing feels missing, nothing feels wasted, and nothing feels impossible. This is not the end of the journey, it's the beginning of walking in fullness. The wind that once roared against you now carries your song forward. The ground that once felt heavy now feels alive under your feet. You've entered the rhythm of grace, and it's beautiful. You've reached the part of your journey where destiny starts to reveal itself in detail. The fog that once blurred your view is lifting, and the shape of your purpose stands clearer than ever. It's not about what you're chasing anymore, It's about what's unfolding naturally before you. The same path that once felt uncertain now feels guided. You can sense the invisible rhythm beneath everything. The divine pulse that whispers, "This is the way," and purpose, when it arrives, rarely comes with a shout. It comes as a gentle alignment. Things begin to fit. People begin to appear, and what used to feel heavy now feels holy. You wake up and realize that your life is no longer about surviving, it's about serving. You've become a vessel, not just a receiver. What was once poured into you is now flowing through you. Your story, your scars, upon your survival. They've become language for someone else's breakthrough. The same pain that taught you to pray will now teach others how to hope. You are no longer the student of struggle, you are the teacher of endurance. That's how God works. He builds his teachers out of testimony. You don't speak theory, you speak experience. You don't talk about faith like a concept. You talk about it like someone who has walked through fire and learned that the flames can purify but not consume. The voice of God thundered in the book of Exodus, chapter 14, verse 14. The Lord will fight for you. You need only to be still. End of. That is your anthem in this new season. You've learned that victory doesn't always come from fighting harder, but from standing still with faith. Stillness is not inaction, it's trust. When you stop striving, heaven starts moving. The stillness you carry now is a weapon. It intimidates the chaos that once used to rule your days. The enemy doesn't know what to do with a peaceful soul. Peace is defiance in a world addicted to noise. You've learned the art of divine stillness, where your calm becomes your crown. And as this calm deepens, heaven begins to respond. Opportunities that once required you to chase will start finding you. The doors you used to knock on will open without effort. You've stopped forcing, and because of that, favor flows naturally. This is what divine maturity looks like. It's the quiet confidence of someone who knows who holds their tomorrow. You no longer measure success by applause or numbers. You measure it by obedience. Did you do what heaven asked you to do today? Then that's enough. You're not here to be loud. You're here to be lasting. The world has enough noise. It's hungry for truth, for light, for presence. You are becoming that presence, that anchor, that living reminder that God still writes stories through human hearts. Your transformation hasn't gone unnoticed. Heaven has seen it. Angels have recorded it. Even the earth itself begins to respond when purpose stands tall. You may not hear applause, but creation recognizes when a soul steps into alignment. And right here, in this very moment, as this truth reaches you, you are being invited into agreement with what heaven is releasing over your life. This isn't coincidence, it's confirmation. So, take a quiet, intentional step of faith. Comment the number 222, not for luck, not as ritual, but as recognition. 2 is the number of covenant, unity, and agreement. When heaven doubles and triples it, it speaks of divine partnership, the moment when your will aligns perfectly with God's will. By writing 222, you're declaring, I come into agreement with divine order. I choose harmony between heaven's plan and my steps. This number symbolizes the bridge between divine promise and human response. Every time you see it, remember this moment. It means heaven and earth are working together on your behalf. The waiting has become alignment. The alignment is now becoming manifestation. So when you type 222, you are not merely reacting to a message. You are joining a movement between realms. You're saying, I'm no longer fighting against timing, I am walking with it. That small act, that quiet comment, becomes a seal in the spirit, a signature of surrender and agreement. From this point onward, grace begins to move differently around you. Conversations shift. Doors open. Peace deepens. The favor you feel won't be forced. It will feel like the rhythm of a river, constant, gentle, unstoppable. This is what it means to walk in divine partnership. It's not that everything becomes easy, but everything becomes meaningful. Even challenges arrive as teachers. Even delays carry wisdom. You no longer question the process, you cooperate with it. Grace will begin to show up as timing. You'll notice that things once delayed now unfold without resistance. What once felt random will begin to feel orchestrated. You'll catch yourself smiling at coincidences, realizing they were never coincidences at all. They were divine connections disguised as ordinary days. And in those moments, you'll whisper gratitude, knowing that the same God who led you through darkness now leads you by delight. You've entered the season of divine partnership, where heaven works through you, not just for you. So write it, seal it. Let 222 mark this chapter of your becoming, a chapter not of striving, but of synchronized grace. Because from here on, you are not walking alone. Heaven is walking in rhythm with you. There are seasons when heaven doesn't send new instructions, it simply invites you to walk in what's already been revealed. This is one of those seasons. You don't need another sign, another confirmation, or another voice. You already carry the answer within you. The peace you feel right now is proof that you're standing where you're meant to be. You've spent months learning to listen, to wait, to surrender. Now the focus shifts not to more waiting, but to walking in quiet confidence. The training of the wilderness has turned into wisdom. You don't look for shortcuts anymore. You honor the path. The slow steps that used to frustrate you have become sacred. They're not delays, they're details. You see differently now. Every sunrise feels personal. Every ordinary moment holds the weight of eternity. You've discovered that holiness doesn't live only in grand miracles, but also in the mundane. The divine hides in everyday things, the smile of a stranger, the wind through trees, the rhythm of your breath. You no longer need fireworks to believe. You see God in the soft glow of normal life. That's what spiritual maturity looks like. It's not about chasing the supernatural. It's about recognizing that everything is already saturated with it. The veil between heaven and earth feels thinner now. Not because it changed, but because your sight did. The sacred was always here. You've just learned to see it. There was a traveler once who asked a monk, "Where can I find God?" The monk replied, "Wherever you let him in." That's the wisdom of your current chapter. You've stopped searching outward and started opening inward. You've built an altar within yourself, one that doesn't crumble when the world shakes. This inner altar is where worship becomes breath, not performance. You no longer need music to feel presence. Your stillness is enough. Every act of kindness, every moment of forgiveness, every time you choose compassion over pride, it's worship. Heaven doesn't measure the volume of your praise, it measures the posture of your heart. According to the writings in the book of Psalms, chapter 46, verse 10, "Be still and know that I am God. I will be exalted among the nations. I will be exalted in the earth. Stillness again, that sacred word. It has followed you through every phase of your journey. At first, you feared it. Now you treasure it. You've learned that stillness is not stagnation. It's strength under control. It's the quiet place where revelation ripens. In this stillness, you start to receive new understanding, not through thunder, but through clarity. You'll look back at old seasons with eyes that see differently. What once looked like punishment now appears as pruning. What felt like rejection now reveals itself as redirection. The patterns that used to hurt now make perfect sense in hindsight. The world around you might still be noisy, but the noise no longer owns you. You've built peace that external chaos cannot touch. You can walk through crowded places and still feel like you're in a sanctuary. That's how you know transformation is real. Peace has moved from a feeling to a state of being. Your voice changes too. It softens. There's power in gentleness, and you now carry it. People will listen to you not because you shout, but because you speak from still waters. They'll feel something in your tone, a calm that draws them closer, a depth that words alone can't describe. That's the sound of someone who's been refined by grace. And yet, even here, new challenges will try to rise. The higher you go, the subtler the tests become. Pride may whisper, "You've arrived." But humility reminds you, you're still learning. Don't let comfort lull you into complacency. Every level of peace requires protection. Guard your heart from cynicism and your purpose from distraction. You've come too far to settle for shallow waters now. The deep calls to you. The spirit that trained you in storms will now guide you in serenity. Don't mistake calm for completion. This is not the end. It's the preparation for greater reach. You're being readied for influence, but not the kind the world defines. Influence in heaven's language means impact, not image. It means your presence brings peace. Your words bring healing. Your example brings others closer to truth. You lead not by demand, but by demonstration. And that is why the refining never stops. You are being polished, not because you're flawed, but because you're valuable. The more precious the vessel, the more careful the shaping. God refines gold by heat, not hate. The fire was never against you. It was for your revealing. You will soon recognize that everything you've endured has given you authority. You can now speak into storms you once barely survived. You carry empathy as power, not weakness. You see pain in others and recognize it instantly because you've known its language. That recognition makes you a healer, not a perfect one, but a present one. In this next stretch, heaven will use you quietly. Your words will comfort without effort. Your presence will steady others without them understanding why. You won't even realize the extent of your impact. You'll just keep living in peace. And peace will ripple outward. There's no spotlight in this stage, only glow. And sometimes glow is greater than glory, because glow lasts. Glory fades when it's about applause. Glow endures because it comes from within. You've become the kind of light that doesn't blind, it guides. So, continue walking in the rhythm of calm conviction. Stay rooted. Stay humble. Stay aware. You don't need to announce what God is doing through you. Fruit doesn't speak, it shows. You are living proof that stillness leads to strength, and that peace, true peace, is the loudest testimony of all. There is a quiet kind of glory that rests on you now. It doesn't shout. It doesn't sparkle. It hums softly, steady as breath. You've grown into it without realizing. This is what happens when obedience outlasts emotion. The radiance you carry isn't borrowed from moments of excitement. It's born from endurance. You have become a living altar of persistence and faith. You've noticed that the world feels lighter, though its chaos hasn't stopped. The difference is your posture. You no longer bow to pressure. You bend with grace. What used to crush you now shapes you. You've learned the difference between burden and building. A burden weighs you down. Building lifts you higher. The same weight that once broke you has become the resistance that strengthens your wings. Every chosen one reaches this realization, eventually, that transformation doesn't happen in escape. It happens in embrace. You stopped trying to outrun the hard seasons. And the moment you did, they started revealing their purpose. The things you prayed away were actually the tools heaven was using to carve your character. You have become like a river cutting through stone, soft yet unstoppable. The river never argues with obstacles. It simply keeps flowing until the rock yields. That's you. The same flow that once trembled now carries power. You've learned the patience of water, to move slowly, to trust gravity, to know that even the smallest current can reshape landscapes over time, as declared in the book of Isaiah, chapter 60, verse 1. Arise, shine, for your light has come, and the glory of the Lord rises upon you. Those words don't feel distant anymore, they feel personal. You've lived them. You've walked through enough darkness to understand what light has come truly means. It's not the absence of pain, it's the presence of clarity. The glory that rises on you is not dramatic, it's deliberate. It's the strength of someone who knows who they are and who sent them from this place. Life becomes less about proving and more about providing. You stop seeking validation and start offering value. Your words carry gentleness that disarms anger. Your eyes hold compassion that silences pride. You don't have to convince anyone anymore. The peace you carry does that for you. People will come to you, not because you have answers, but because you have atmosphere. You've become a sanctuary for weary souls. And this is the beauty of grace. It turns survivors into safe places for others. You don't even have to try. Your spirit simply invites rest. But even this stage carries new refinement. You will feel moments of restlessness again, not because you've regressed, but because your capacity is expanding. Growth never ends. It just changes shape. When heaven wants to stretch you further, it often begins with a new stirring. You'll sense it before you understand it, a soft call, a gentle discontent, not born from lack, but from readiness. Don't rush it. Don't confuse movement with progress. Sometimes the next level begins with sitting still long enough to hear what direction the wind is shifting. You've learned by now that divine timing never asks for panic, it asks for presence. In this upcoming phase, God will begin to entrust you with more influence. But it won't come through striving. It will come through stewardship. You will realize that greatness is not measured by the size of the platform, but by the depth of the impact. You will find joy in unseen service, comfort in silent obedience, strength in soft love. Your peace will be tested, but not broken. The tests now will be subtle temptations to hurry, to compare, to control again. Resist them gently. Remember how far you've come. The lesson of the wilderness still applies here. What is yours cannot be rushed, and what is rushed cannot remain. There's a phrase whispered often in heaven: slow miracles last. That's the truth of your current season. What's forming now is meant to endure, not fade. You're not building sparks, you're building firelight. Firelight doesn't flash, it warms. It sustains. It gathers others near. And though you may not feel the same spiritual intensity you once did, understand this: the still glow of maturity is greater than the bright flame of beginnings. The fire that burns steady lasts longer than the one that burns loud. You are entering that steady fire, the place of constancy, the rhythm of peace. Sometimes you'll catch yourself remembering who you used to be. Don't despise those memories. Look at them as proof of grace. The fears that once ruled you have become relics of an old chapter, reminders of how much you've grown. Gratitude is the only fitting response. Keep humility close. The higher you climb, the softer your heart must become. Pride blocks perception, but humility keeps the channel open. You'll hear heaven more clearly when your heart stays low. And when others try to provoke competition or jealousy, remember, you don't have to prove the light you already carry. The sun never argues with shadows. You've become a reflection of quiet glory, a life that speaks without noise, a light that doesn't blind but beckons. You don't need to announce what God is doing. The transformation in your eyes tells the story. The peace that surrounds you is your testimony, and the calm that follows you is your ministry. This is what being chosen truly means: not a title, but a temperament; not fame, but faithfulness; not control, but communion. You are not just walking in purpose, you have become purpose in motion. So keep walking, keep shining, keep breathing this sacred rhythm. You have entered the place where revelation turns into reality. Heaven isn't just above you anymore, it's flowing through you. You can feel it again, the subtle rising inside, the sense that something greater is about to unfold. It's not anxiety, it's awareness. The same way the sea hums before a tide returns. Your spirit is beginning to hum with expectancy. You've come far enough to know that when heaven stirs your heart this way, something sacred is near. The old fears no longer have language here. They still whisper, but you don't answer. You've learned that silence is often the loudest reply to doubt. The strength within you has become gentle, like a steady heartbeat under calm waves. You no longer fight every storm, you've learned to sail through them. And as you sail, you begin to realize that the horizon is not the end, it's an invitation. Every new sunrise is a conversation between your faith and God's timing. Every ray of light says, keep going, you're almost there. Bless. The people around you might not understand the quiet confidence you now carry. They'll see your peace and call it detachment. But it's not that. It's trust. Deep, mature, wordless trust. You've learned that not everything needs your reaction. Some things just need your rest. This is the posture of those who are ready to lead, not with words, but with presence. Leadership in heaven's language isn't about authority, it's about alignment. You're not leading people to yourself, you're guiding them back to the light they've forgotten they carry. There's a story about a candle maker in a small village. Every night, he would light his candles and place them on the windowsill. One evening, a traveler passing through town stopped and asked, "Why light them when no one is awake to see?" The man smiled and said, "Because darkness still needs to know it hasn't won. And that's your calling now. You light the way, not for applause, but because the world still needs to see that faith burns, that love still warms, that peace still shines. As the Apostle wrote in the first letter to the Corinthians, chapter 16, verse 14, let all that you do be done in love. Love, that's the anchor of every action now. It's no longer about doing great things, it's about doing simple things greatly. You've learned that the smallest act done with love echoes louder than the loudest act done for attention. Love, in its purest form, doesn't push, it invites. It doesn't demand, it draws. That's how heaven calls hearts, through beauty, not burden. That's how this message reaches you, not to demand, but to remind. So if these words touch something deep within you, take a quiet moment. Let it settle. Feel it before you act. And if your heart feels moved, you can like this message, the way one gently places a hand on a shoulder and says, I understand. It's not just a click. It's a small nod of connection across the unseen. Or maybe you'll choose to share these words, like releasing a lantern into the night sky. You never know where it might drift, whose window it might reach, whose darkness it might soften. Sharing isn't obligation, it's generosity. It's a way of saying, this light found me, and I want it to find you too. Oh, and if you feel led, you can subscribe, not as a routine, but as a promise to keep walking together. Think of it as sitting by the same fire again and again, returning to the warmth when life grows cold. You're not joining a page, you're joining a circle of light that keeps growing, quietly but endlessly. If your spirit stirs to respond, leave a gentle comment, a word, an emoji, even a single heart. It's your way of placing a stone on this sacred path, a sign to others walking behind that says, I was here, and the light touched me too. That there's no pressure, no demand, only invitation, the same kind that God gives daily, gentle, patient, free. Every act of engagement becomes a whisper of worship, not to a voice on a screen, but to the one who speaks through moments like this. You see, when you engage from sincerity, you're not supporting content, you're sustaining connection. The likes, the shares, the words, they become sparks that build something larger than all of us. Each spark rises, and together, they form a constellation of faith souls shining side by side across distance and time. The beauty of this kind of connection is that it's unseen yet undeniable. You might never meet the person whose life changes because you shared light today, but heaven will show you one day. Every act of kindness, every word of faith, every flame you pass on, it all returns, multiplied. So, as you read these words, imagine your life as a lighthouse on a quiet shore. The waves may crash, the winds may howl, but your light stands steady. And every ship lost in the dark finds direction again because you stayed lit. That's why your presence here matters. You are not an audience, you are an echo. You are part of a divine network of hearts that carry light into impossible places. The next time you click, comment, or return, remember, it's not an algorithm responding. It's heaven acknowledging. It's the same gentle nod that says, well done. You're still shining. And you were never meant to burn alone. You were meant to be part of a great flame. A quiet movement of light bearers, each one adding warmth to a world that's forgotten how to hope. So thank you for staying, for reading, for believing, for being one of the souls who doesn't just receive light but reflects it. The tide is turning again. A new chapter is rising. You are the dawn the night has been waiting for. Keep your flame alive, and when you feel led, let it touch another. There is something sacred about stability. It doesn't draw attention to itself. It doesn't demand applause. It's the quiet hum that holds everything together. After all the breaking, rebuilding, and refining, you've reached a place where steadiness has become holy. You no longer confuse peace with passivity or quietness with weakness. You've learned that calm is a kind of courage, the strength to stay grounded when everything else moves. It feels different here. You no longer wake up in survival mode. You wake up with a steady heartbeat, aware that each breath is both gift and assignment. The storms haven't stopped, but they don't shake you like before. You've become rooted like a tree that bends with the wind but refuses to break. That's what divine maturity looks like. It's not about standing in sunlight every day. It's about having roots deep enough to drink even from hidden rivers. You've stopped depending on external rain because you've found the source within. Your prayers have changed too. They're less about rescue and more about relationship. Less God, get me out, and more God, stay with me while I grow. There was once a craftsman who worked with glass. People marveled at his art, but never understood his process. He would take the glass through intense heat, then cool it, then heat it again. When asked why he repeated the process, he said, "If the cooling happens too quickly, the glass becomes fragile, but if it rests between fires, it becomes unbreakable." You are that glass stronger now because you didn't rush the resting seasons. As written in the book of Nahum, chapter 1, verse 7, "The Lord is good, a refuge in times of trouble. He cares for those who trust in him." Those words have proven true in your journey. You've seen the goodness that hides even in grief. You've felt the refuge in moments when the world didn't make sense. And you've discovered the beauty of trust, not as a concept, but as a way of life. Trust is your new rhythm now. It no longer feels forced, it flows. When things delay, you breathe instead of panic. When people misunderstand you, you stay kind instead of defensive. You've learned that vindication belongs to God and peace belongs to you. It's remarkable how quiet victory can be. You expected fireworks, but instead, it feels like sunrise, the slow, steady spread of light that touches everything without needing to prove anything. That's how restoration works. It doesn't announce itself, it just appears. Gentle, yet unstoppable. This stage of your walk carries a special weight, a weight of wisdom. You see things others might miss. You recognize divine timing, not through miracles but through patterns. You've learned to trace God's fingerprints in delay, in detours, in doors that once confused you. Nothing feels wasted anymore. Even the pain has context now. You might find yourself remembering the moments when you almost gave up. Those memories don't sting like they used to. They've become sacred monuments along the path markers of mercy. You look at them and whisper gratitude, because every almost was an altar that shaped your faith. You're also beginning to notice how compassion has deepened in you. The same hands that once trembled now reach out to steady others. You've become gentle, not because life got easier, but because you've tasted grace and want others to feel it too. The strongest people are always the softest. They know what breaking feels like. Your discernment has sharpened as well. You can sense what's real and what's not, who's genuine and who's performing. But instead of judging, you simply love wisely. You no longer try to fix everyone. You just create space for healing. You've realized that sometimes presence is enough, that the most powerful thing you can offer another soul is to simply be there. The lessons of the wilderness are still with you, but they no longer define you. They've become tools instead of chains. The fear that once paralyzed you now serves as discernment. The pain that once silenced you now speaks wisdom. Everything you thought disqualified you has become the evidence of your qualification. And through it all, humility has become your fragrance. You walk softly now, knowing that every victory was grace, not achievement. You carry peace the way a lamp carries light, quietly, steadily, without fanfare. And those around you feel safer just by being near. Sometimes, when the evening grows quiet, you'll sense heaven's presence again, not as thunder or command, but as a soft reminder you made it, not because you never stumbled, but because you didn't stay down. You kept returning to grace. That's the beauty of this phase. It's not about dramatic turning points, but about gentle endurance. You've entered the rhythm of constancy, and constancy is what transforms, calling into legacy. Anyone can start with passion, but it takes peace to sustain purpose. And though it might not look extraordinary from the outside, heaven sees it differently. Every ordinary act of faithfulness sends ripples through eternity. Every time you choose patience over frustration, hope over cynicism, forgiveness over pride, you strengthen heaven's reflection on earth. You no longer need recognition for this. You no longer need visible reward. The satisfaction now comes from knowing that you're in sync with divine rhythm, that your life hums in harmony with heaven's melody. Still, there will be days when you'll need to remind yourself, growth doesn't always feel like glory. Some days, it feels like repetition. Some days, it feels like silence. But even in those moments, something within you keeps glowing, unbothered by the world's noise. You've become living proof that peace is possible, not the absence of challenge, but the presence of assurance. Every step forward now feels intentional, balanced, grounded. You don't rush anymore because you finally understand. Destiny isn't a destination, it's a direction. And as you continue walking in it, your calm becomes contagious. You teach others not by instruction, but by example, by showing that it's possible to walk through fire and come out carrying light. So breathe, stay steady. You've mastered the art of standing still while moving forward. That's how the chosen travel gracefully, quietly, unshakably. There is a weightless kind of strength that fills you now, a freedom born from trust, not from control. You have spent so long learning to surrender that it no longer feels like giving up, it feels like breathing. You've let go of outcomes, timelines, and the need to understand everything. You've discovered that the most peaceful place to live is in the space between knowing and believing. You wake each morning not trying to predict what will happen, but simply asking, how can I move with grace today? That question has become your compass. It has replaced striving with flow. You've learned that when you live gently, life bends toward you. The world might call this stillness strange. It moves too fast to understand your pace. But heaven knows that stillness is not slowness, it's stability. You are not behind, you are aligned. You've learned to wait without wasting time, to walk without rushing, to trust without demanding. That is the rhythm of divine maturity. Everything around you may still shift, but you don't crumble. You've become like a lighthouse during a storm. Winds may howl, waves may rise, but your light doesn't flicker. The secret isn't in the strength of the structure, it's in the foundation beneath it. You've been built on rock, not sand. And now every storm only reveals the truth. The Word of God reminds us in the book of Jeremiah, chapter 17, verse 7, "Blessed is the one who trusts in the Lord, whose confidence is in Him." Those words have moved from scripture to structure in your life. You used to read them as advice. Now you live them as instinct. You've learned that trust isn't blind. It's guided by faith. Leaning on your own understanding once felt safer, but it was exhausting. Now, resting in God's understanding feels effortless, like falling back into a river that carries you exactly where you need to go. You've stopped fighting the current. You've learned to float. Floating doesn't mean doing nothing. It means doing only what aligns. It's a wisdom that protects your energy and preserves your peace. You no longer chase every opportunity. You discern the ones that carry peace. You no longer say yes to everything. You say yes to what breathes life into you. And because of that, the noise of the world grows quieter. You hear differently now. The Spirit doesn't need to shout anymore. A whisper is enough. You've fine-tuned your soul to hear peace as direction. If something disturbs your calm, you no longer label it as failure. You simply recognize it as misalignment. This awareness has changed how you love too. You no longer love from need, but from overflow. You don't seek to fill a void. You share from abundance. Real love, you've learned, isn't about possession, it's about presence. It's not found in clinging, but in releasing. It's the kind of love that says, I see you, I bless you, and I trust God with you. That's what divine love does. It frees rather than binds. It reminds you that everything that's meant for you will remain by grace, not by grasping. You've grown enough to let things unfold instead of forcing them. That is strength disguised as softness. And because you've learned to love like this, you've become safe. People can rest around you. They don't have to perform. You carry peace like a scent, and it draws others closer without words. You've stopped trying to convince. Now you simply exist, and your existence becomes its own invitation. You've also learned that silence can heal. Not every truth needs to be spoken. Not every conflict needs a conclusion. Sometimes the wisest thing you can do is to let grace finish what words cannot. There's freedom in walking away quietly, not out of defeat, but out of discernment. You've stopped explaining yourself to those who misunderstand. You've realized that peace doesn't need permission to exist. You no longer defend your process, you simply live it. And over time, fruit speaks louder than explanation ever could. There was once a gardener who tended a small tree for years before it bore fruit. The people around him mocked his patience, but he smiled and said, I'm not tending it for today, I'm tending it for tomorrow. You've become that gardener. You understand that slow growth is sacred. Some of the most beautiful things take years to bloom, and when they finally do, their fragrance fills generations. This is the slow miracle happening within you. You're no longer rushing toward destiny, you're becoming it. You've stopped trying to force your season and started honoring its pace. Divine timing isn't late, it's layered. Every delay was preparation. Every quiet day was construction. The peace you feel now isn't passive, it's prophetic. It's heaven's way of confirming that you are right where you're meant to be. You are walking the narrow road between surrender and strength, between rest and purpose. And though you may not realize it, your consistency is ministry. People watch the way you hold peace through pain, and it gives them courage. They see you're quiet and learn that stillness isn't weakness, it's wisdom. Your calm has become contagious. It teaches without words. In this chapter, you no longer seek validation from people. You seek resonance with purpose. You understand that not every hand can hold your journey, and not every voice can interpret your calling. You've learned to walk alone without feeling lonely, because you're never truly alone. Presence has become constant. Every night before you rest, heaven leans close and whispers, "You're doing well." Those 3 words, so simple, carry all the affirmation you'll ever need. So keep walking this gentle path. Keep living in rhythm with grace. You've come through the wilderness, survived the refining, and now you're learning the beauty of balance. You're not waiting for peace anymore. You are peace. And wherever you go, that peace will go with you, quietly shaping the world around you. One heartbeat at a time. There comes a moment when heaven no longer hides its hand, when the quiet preparation of years begins to manifest in visible form. You're standing in that moment now. The signs are subtle, but they're real. Divine alignment in conversation. Timing that feels too perfect to be coincidence. Ideas that won't leave you alone because they're not yours, they're assignments. You can feel the air changing. It's not the kind of shift that roars, it's the kind that hums. The vibration right before breakthrough. You sense that something's opening, something ancient and promised. And though you can't see it fully yet, your spirit recognizes the frequency. You've waited, you've trusted, and now heaven begins to unveil what it's been building in silence. This is the season when the unseen becomes seen. You're about to walk into rooms you once only prayed for, but you won't arrive the same. You're walking in, not as the wounded, but as the witness. Every scar now glows with meaning. The strength you carry is no longer loud, it's layered with grace. It's not that you've become perfect, it's that you've become whole. The fragmented pieces that once made you feel unqualified have now become the very evidence of calling. What you thought disqualified you actually distinguishes you. You speak differently now, love differently, move differently because your identity has settled. You no longer strive to become, you simply are. The scripture declares in the book of Habakkuk, chapter 2, verse 3, "For the vision is yet for an appointed time, though it tarry. Wait for it, because it will surely come. It will not delay." You've lived that verse, haven't you? You've waited through seasons that felt endless, carrying promises that seemed asleep. You've had to watch others step into moments that mirrored your prayers and still whisper, "My time will come," and now your time is coming. But here's the mystery. It's not arriving as you expected. God rarely delivers in the shape we imagine. He hides glory inside simplicity, hides destiny inside daily life. The promise might come wrapped in ordinary circumstance, but you'll recognize it by peace. You've matured enough to see that waiting was never punishment, it was preservation. Heaven wasn't holding you back, it was holding you together. The process that once felt cruel now looks kind, because it protected what you were still too fragile to carry. And now, the appointed time draws near. You can feel heaven's rhythm aligning with your steps. The things that used to resist you now yield. The ground that once felt hard now receives your seed. It's not because life suddenly got easier, it's because you're walking in harmony with divine order. In this sacred alignment, heaven often asks for one thing: acknowledgement, not in grand display, but in quiet agreement. It's an act of recognition that says, I see what you're doing, and I'm ready. So in this moment, if your heart bears witness, comment the number 888, not as ritual, but as revelation. 8 has always symbolized new beginnings. But when it triples, it speaks of infinite renewal, a cycle of grace that never ends. Writing 888 isn't random. It's you saying, I agree with divine renewal in every area of my life, mind, heart, and purpose. That number carries the vibration of resurrection, the point where old chapters close gently and new doors open without strain. When you declare it, you're not trying to summon favor, you're stepping into what already exists, aligning your spirit with the eternal flow of newness that never runs dry. So type it softly but intentionally. Let it be your sign of alignment. Heaven doesn't measure the noise of faith, it measures the authenticity of it. After you write it, pause it. Feel the stillness that follows. That's not emptiness, it's confirmation. Heaven always responds to agreement with peace. It's the sign that your yes has been heard. You may not see instant fireworks, but you'll begin to notice synchronicities, small affirmations that let you know you're moving with heaven's pulse. A message at the right time. A person appearing unexpectedly with the answer you needed. A door opening that no effort could have forced. These are not coincidences, they are covenant reminders. Your task now is to stay sensitive, not anxious, not analytical, just aware. The Holy Spirit moves like a breeze, gentle but sure. And those who are still enough to feel it never miss direction. You've trained your spirit for this sensitivity through waiting. Now it will serve you in movement. Remember this: blessings are not rewards, they're responsibilities. When new things arrive, don't cling, steward. Don't boast, bless. Heaven never increases for self-glory. It multiplies for impact. The more grace flows through you, the more others will find refuge in your presence. You will begin to see this unfolding in real time. People will start to mention peace when they speak to you. Environments will soften when you walk in, not because of who you are alone, but because of who walks with you. You've become a carrier of divine atmosphere. And yes, there will be moments when old fears try to echo again. That's normal. Every elevation tests the stability of the foundation, but you've been built to hold it. You've learned to let fear speak and still move forward. You no longer need perfect clarity to take faithful steps. Every yes you give from here carries generational weight. You're planting seeds that others will harvest. You're building something beyond your lifetime, a legacy of peace and obedience. This is the beauty of your appointed time. It's not a single event, it's a continual unfolding. Every day from here will feel like a small unveiling of something ancient and divine. So, chosen one, breathe in this moment. You've waited long enough. The wait wasn't wasted, it was worship. And now, the promise is awakening. Right on time. You are not stepping into something new. You are stepping into something ready. And all of heaven whispers, you are, too. on. You are standing now in the rhythm of divine momentum. It's not the rush of striving or the pressure of performance. It's the steady hum of purpose in motion. You no longer need to force doors open because you've learned the sound of keys. The keys are not physical, they're spiritual peace, patience, presence, and praise. Each one unlocks what striving never could. The places that used to drain you now feel different. You enter them carrying calm instead of anxiety. You've stopped adapting to every environment. Now, environments begin to adapt to you. The atmosphere shifts when you arrive, not because you demand it, but because peace always has gravity. You've become the still point in rooms full of noise. This is the kind of influence heaven trusts with those who have been broken and healed correctly. The healing didn't just make you whole, it made you wise. You no longer chase opportunities, you recognize them. You no longer beg for clarity, you walk with it. You've stopped asking, when, and started asking, how can I serve? That's what divine maturity looks like. Movement without striving. You've entered a flow that feels effortless. But it's not laziness, it's alignment. When grace leads, effort multiplies. You do less, but it impacts more. You speak softly, but your words carry weight. You show up humbly, but heaven shows up with you. The Word of God reminds us in the book of Haggai, chapter 2, verse 9, "The glory of this present house will be greater than the glory of the former house, declares the Lord Almighty. And in this place I will grant peace." Indo, you can feel those words breathing over your life right now. This season carries a different kind of glory, one that's not about recognition, but restoration. The glory that once felt external has now moved inward. You don't need to chase proof anymore, you've become it. This new glory isn't about performance or platform. It's the quiet radiance that comes from a purified heart. You shine not because you're trying to, but because you've stopped dimming yourself for comfort. The light within you has matured. It no longer flickers, it steadies. There was a potter who worked silently in his workshop, shaping clay through pressure and patience. Each vessel he made looked similar from afar, but if you looked closely, no two were the same. When asked how he decided a piece was finished, he smiled and said, "When it can hold water without leaking, that's what heaven has done with you. You've been shaped until you could hold purpose without spilling peace." The shaping wasn't punishment, it was preparation. Every disappointment smoothed an edge. Every heartbreak deepened your empathy. Every delay strengthened your patience. The vessel that stands now is not fragile, it's fortified. And now, purpose begins to pour, but it doesn't overwhelm you like before. You can receive without breaking, give without draining. You understand balance now, the sacred rhythm between pouring out and filling up. You no longer confuse availability with exhaustion. You've learned to rest without guilt, to recharge without apology. In this season, you may notice divine partnerships forming. They won't come from networking, they'll come from recognition. Souls will find you by resonance, not recommendation. There's a sound you carry now, a frequency that draws the right hearts and repels the wrong ones. This is discernment in motion. Heaven aligns people through peace, not persuasion. You will also sense an expansion not always material, but internal. Your thoughts are widening, your compassion is stretching, your capacity to love without losing yourself is growing. You've learned that boundaries are not barriers, they're blessings. They protect what's sacred inside you. Every step you take now carries prophetic rhythm. You're not moving randomly, you're moving purposefully. Even when the path curves, you've realized that divine direction often looks like detour until it's done. What once confused you now makes sense in hindsight. God never wasted a single moment. And though your life may look simple from the outside, heaven sees the architecture beneath it, the discipline, the devotion, the depth. The consistency that nobody applauded has become your crown. Sometimes you'll still have quiet days, days when nothing seems to move. But now you know that stillness doesn't mean stagnation. Even when the surface seems calm, the river below keeps flowing. Heaven often hides its greatest movements beneath still waters. You've also learned to celebrate subtly. Not every victory needs to be announced. Some are meant to be cherished privately, like secrets between you and God. The world celebrates visibility, but heaven celebrates obedience. And obedience often looks like hidden faithfulness. There's a peace that comes from knowing that what is for you cannot miss you. You've stopped forcing outcomes because you've learned to trust the flow of grace. Grace has a rhythm, and you've found it. You're no longer out of sync. Every step feels like music. Every breath like a verse. This peace has turned into quiet authority. You don't demand respect. You embody it. You don't try to convince anyone of your worth. Your presence does that naturally. You've become what you once prayed for, a living reflection of balance between humility and power. And yet, even now, heaven continues to refine you, not through hardship, but through stewardship. You're learning that increase requires care. You can no longer make careless choices because too many destinies are connected to yours. Your obedience carries weight now. The light you hold guides others quietly. Even when you don't notice, you've reached a place where the line between the sacred and the ordinary disappears. Everything you touch can become holy when done with love. Every conversation, every task, every moment can hold the fragrance of purpose. That's what it means to walk in continual communion. You no longer seek divine moments, you live in them. The veil has thinned so much that heaven feels near in everything. A breeze, a whisper, a pause, all of it feels like prayer now. And that's how you know you've changed. Not because life became easier, but because your awareness deepened. The same world looks different because your vision has healed. You no longer see through fear, you see through faith. Keep walking gently. Keep holding peace. You've become a resting place for presence. A living temple where grace has chosen to dwell. You are home now in heart, in purpose, in God. You can almost feel it, the quiet acceleration of destiny. Not a sprint, not a rush, but a graceful unfolding. The path beneath your feet no longer feels uncertain, it feels alive. Each step carries meaning now. Every moment, every breath, every choice is part of something orchestrated, something divine. You've walked through so many chapters to reach this one, and none of them were wasted. Every loss carved depth into your soul. Every silence taught you the language of heaven. You are not who you once were. You've become steady, radiant, aware. The light in you doesn't just shine, it warms, it comforts, it guides. You may not realize it, but right now, you are becoming an answer to someone's prayer. Somewhere, someone is asking for hope, and your story will be that answer. The same way dawn always follows night. Your life is about to become the sunrise someone's been waiting for. There's a beauty in that realization that our healing is never just for us. You're carrying a torch that others will find their way by, not because you're louder, but because your flame refuses to die. You burn quietly, faithfully, and heaven notices. The scripture declares in the book of Matthew, chapter 5, verse 14, "You are the light of the world. A city set on a hill cannot be hidden." You've lived these words. You used to think the light had to be big, public, loud, but you've learned that light isn't about scale, it's about sincerity. It's not how far it reaches, it's how true it burns. And this is where your next step begins, not in striving, but in sharing. You don't have to preach, you simply have to shine. When you share a word of hope, a story of redemption, a message of peace, you're not promoting content, you're planting seeds. You're scattering lanterns into the night, one by one, until the darkness has no place left to hide. If these words have reached you in a moment of stillness, let them linger for a breath. And if your heart feels it, gently, like this message, not as a reaction, but as recognition, like a quiet nod that says, "I see this light, and it speaks to me." Or maybe you'll feel moved to share it. Picture your share not as a button, but as a candle passed from one hand to another. You never know where it will travel, whose night it will brighten, whose heart it will remind that dawn still comes. Sharing isn't obligation, it's participation in light. And if you feel called to stay close to this flow, to keep walking through these chapters together, then subscribe. Think of it as returning to the same fire each evening, gathering again, where warmth is shared and faith is kindled. You're not joining a feed, you're joining a fellowship. Each time you return, you bring your own flame. And, together, the light grows stronger. These small acts may seem simple, but in heaven's language, they are sacred. Every moment of connection becomes part of the tapestry. God is weaving a web of hearts that speak hope into existence. Every interaction adds color, texture, and depth to this story we are writing together. Because, truly, this isn't just a message, it's a movement of light. Each like becomes a heartbeat. Each share a ripple. Each subscription a flame that says, "I want to keep hope alive." But even beyond the gestures, what matters most is what happens inside you. These words are not meant to end here. They are meant to awaken something, to stir the quiet, knowing that your life right now is an instrument of grace. You are not reading by accident. You were drawn here because something in your spirit recognizes truth when it speaks. You've felt the pull, the resonance, the reminder that you were never forgotten. That's what light does. It finds its reflection. Every time you listen, reflect, and act with love, heaven expands its reach through you. You've become a vessel, a walking answer to divine intention. Your story, your survival, your steady presence, it all matters more than you know. So, if you choose to engage, whether by sharing, supporting, or simply returning, you're not feeding an algorithm, you're feeding a purpose. You're choosing to nurture what's healing you, to sustain what sustains others. It's a beautiful cycle of giving and receiving, like rain that falls only to rise again as mist. Think of your small act today as planting another seed in the soil of hope. The earth remembers every seed, and heaven waters it. Even what seems small to you, one gesture, one comment, One prayer can become the tree that shades another life. Your life, chosen one, is proof that light multiplies when shared. The more you give, the brighter you grow. You've come too far to hide your flame now, and yet, there is no pressure, only invitation. Every act here should feel like breathing, not striving. You are free to give as you feel led, to shine as you are moved. That's how divine generosity works. It flows naturally from fullness, not force. You are already part of something sacred simply by being here, by choosing to pause in a world that rushes, to listen in a world that shouts. Every second you spend here adds to the quiet revolution of peace we are building together. One light can spark another. One spark can start a fire, and one fire can light 1,000 souls. That's how movements begin, one act of genuine connection at a time. So thank you for carrying your flame, for standing in your story, for keeping the faith alive when others were ready to quit. Your endurance is someone else's encouragement. Your glow is someone else's guidance. The world is watching for light, and you are part of its answer. Keep burning gently. Keep believing boldly. And if this message touched something within you, let your action, whatever form it takes, be your way of saying, I choose to be light too. Oh, because this isn't just a message, it's a mirror. And you, chosen one, are what it reflects. Something has shifted inside you. You feel it not like a storm, but like sunrise. It's gentle, certain, unstoppable. The light within you no longer flickers, it radiates with quiet authority. You're beginning to walk, not just in purpose, but as purpose. The difference is subtle, but sacred. You're not chasing meaning anymore, you're becoming it. The world around you hasn't grown easier, but your perspective has grown stronger. You no longer crumble under pressure, you crystallize. Diamonds, after all, are born in the same darkness that destroys lesser stones. You've learned that the crushing wasn't meant to end you, it was meant to reveal you. Every moment that once broke you now glows with revelation. You can see clearly that what you lost wasn't punishment, it was pruning. The branches that fell weren't failures, they were making room for fruit. This is the point where heaven trusts you with visibility, not fame, but influence, not spotlight, but stewardship. The difference is humility. You no longer need to be seen, you just need to serve. And because of that, heaven allows others to see your light naturally. You shine without effort, and it draws hearts not to you, but to Him. As written in the book of James, chapter 1, verse 12, Blessed is the one who perseveres under trial, because, having stood the test, that person will receive the crown of life that the Lord has promised to those who love Him. You've stood the test. You didn't just survive seasons of pressure, you let them shape your endurance. You've discovered that perseverance isn't just about holding on, it's about holding faith. Every tear watered your resilience. Every heartbreak softened your wisdom. And now, you've become a walking testimony of endurance with elegance. You don't wear your wounds as proof of pain anymore, you wear them as patterns of purpose. You can talk about your past without shaking, because it no longer defines you. It refines you. There's a story about a silversmith who was asked how he knew when the silver was ready. He said, "When I can see my reflection in it. That's what God has done in you." The fire didn't destroy it, revealed His reflection in your life. Look at yourself now, the peace, the patience, the presence. You didn't gain them from books or sermons. You gained them from living through fire and finding grace in the ashes. You've reached a point where divine maturity no longer feels like theory. It feels like rhythm. You flow with faith instead of forcing it. You trust the unseen, not because you have no choice, but because you've experienced what happens when you do. Your confidence now comes from conviction, not circumstance. You don't need to see every step to move. You just need to sense the direction. You walk by faith, with your eyes open, but your heart leading. And in this peace, heaven is preparing to multiply your impact. You'll begin to notice doors opening in silence, opportunities that come without effort, connections that feel too natural to be random. These aren't coincidences, they're confirmations. Heaven rewards stability with stewardship. But this next level requires something: purity of motive. You must protect your heart from the subtle temptation of validation. Not everyone who praises you understands your purpose, and not everyone who questions you means harm. You must stay centered, rooted in grace, not applause. The call on your life is sacred, not performative. You're not here to impress, you're here to illuminate. The light you carry isn't decorative, it's directional. It's meant to guide, not dazzle. And if this message reaches you deep, if it feels like it's describing the quiet transformation you've been sensing, then pause. Take a breath. Let the truth settle. And then, with a calm spirit, comment, "Arise again." End of. Those 3 words may seem simple, but they are sacred. When you type them, you're not typing for a crowd. You're declaring for your soul. You're saying, no matter what fell, arise again. No matter what tried to break me, I stand taller. No matter what delayed me, I'm still destined. I rise again is not defiance, it's prophecy. It's your spirit recognizing resurrection, not as a miracle you wait for, but as a rhythm you live in. Say it softly if you must, but say it with certainty, because rising doesn't always mean leaping. Sometimes it means breathing again after you thought you couldn't. Sometimes it's waking up, forgiving yourself, and walking forward when nobody claps. Those words, "I rise again," become a bridge between your pain and your promise. Every syllable carries the memory of survival and the sound of revival. Heaven hears that sound and moves in rhythm with it. As you declare it, imagine it like sunrise, spilling across a dark horizon. The night doesn't fight back, it just fades. That's what happens every time you choose to rise. The shadows lose their power quietly. And you'll notice how those words begin to shift your perspective. Suddenly, your mind clears, your heart steadies, your spirit feels weightless again, because you've remembered, no matter how many times you've fallen, your rising is inevitable. You are the kind of soul that doesn't stay buried. You are the kind of heart that keeps believing. You are the kind of light that refuses to die. From this point forward, every setback becomes setup. Every fall becomes foundation. Your story no longer carries shame, it carries substance. When people see your calm, they'll see proof that resurrection is real. So, let your comment be more than words. Let it be your covenant. You are not declaring rebellion, you're declaring rebirth. You're reminding your spirit what it already knows. You can't be buried by what you've already conquered. Your journey has always been one of return, not just returning to peace or to purpose, but returning to yourself. The version of you heaven always saw. And as you rise again, quietly, gracefully, faithfully. Know this: heaven is rising with you. There's a deep calm that follows a long season of surrender, the kind that doesn't come from circumstance but from clarity. You're living in that calm now. It's not the silence of emptiness, it's the silence of peace. The kind of quiet that tells you everything is aligned. Everything is working together. Everything is exactly where it should be. You've stopped rushing destiny. You've stopped negotiating timing. You've stopped replaying what-ifs and whys. The lessons that once felt heavy now sit gently on your shoulders like wisdom, not weight. You're no longer walking with anxiety, you're walking with awareness. Every step feels deliberate, balanced, and blessed. The world around you still moves fast, still chases noise, still confuses urgency with importance. But you, chosen one, have learned the art of rhythm. You've learned to listen for divine timing in the spaces between breaths. You no longer move because others do. You move because heaven whispers. Now, there's power in that kind of timing. It's the same power that makes seasons change without announcement. The trees don't force themselves to bloom, they simply respond when the sun returns. You've become like those trees, rooted deep, responding to light instead of pressure. The transformation inside you is so complete that you no longer crave recognition, you crave resonance. You no longer ask, "Who sees me?" but "Who aligns with me?" You've stopped performing and started being. You've discovered that authenticity attracts what ambition never could. As written in the book of Romans, chapter 8, verse 28, "And we know that in all things God works for the good of those who love him, who have been called according to his purpose." You've seen this truth play out in your own life. Every disappointment that once seemed final was actually foundational. Every door that closed protected you from a room that couldn't hold your light. Every delay gave your roots time to grow stronger. Now, as you look back, you can see how perfectly everything aligns. The pain you once resented became the doorway to perspective. The solitude that once felt lonely became the soil where peace took root. You realize now that nothing was wasted, not one tear, not one trial, not one season of silence. And because of that realization, gratitude has replaced grief. You don't ask, "Why me?" anymore. You whisper, "Thank you." You can thank God for what didn't happen, for what didn't last, for what didn't break you. You've learned that protection often looks like loss when you're still learning to see. There's something holy about this stage of your walk. You no longer need loud signs to trust. You can sense God in the smallest moments, the pause before you speak, the pull in your heart, the gentle confirmation in a quiet thought. You've learned to listen without demanding to hear. That's what spiritual maturity feels like. Quiet confidence. You no longer seek evidence because experience has become your proof. You've seen too much grace to ever doubt its existence again, and that confidence radiates peace. You walk differently now, not arrogantly, but assuredly. You've stopped shrinking to fit spaces that weren't built for your growth. You've stopped apologizing for boundaries, for silence, for healing in private. You've learned that peace isn't selfish, it's sacred. When you enter a room now, you don't absorb the energy, you transform it. You've become a thermostat in a world full of thermometers. You no longer react to chaos, you set the temperature of calm. That's what happens when peace becomes your home. It starts to decorate every space you step into. There was once a musician who played a single note for hours every day. When asked why he didn't play entire songs, he said, "Because I'm not trying to master music, I'm trying to master stillness." That's what you've been doing, learning to live from centeredness, not constant motion. The noise that used to consume you now dissolves in your silence. You've stopped seeing waiting as wasted time. Waiting has become worship. You understand now that every pause has purpose. Stillness doesn't delay the promise, it develops the vessel. You've been stretched, strengthened, and seasoned by the quiet. And now, your peace carries prophetic weight. It speaks louder than your words ever could. People will begin to notice it, even if they can't explain it. They'll say, "There's something about you." They won't know that the something is presence, that divine stillness that rests on those who've trusted the process long enough to stop fighting it. This level of peace also brings discernment. You can sense when to step forward and when to step back, when to speak and when to stay silent. That discernment is your shield. It keeps you from moving ahead of grace. You've learned that premature motion can ruin divine timing. You no longer need to force what's flowing. You've become a river, not a dam. You've surrendered to the current of divine design. And now everything finds its place naturally. That's the secret to favor. It's not earned. It's aligned. And as this peace deepens, you start to see the world differently. You stop labeling things as good or bad and start seeing everything as useful. Every moment becomes a teacher. Every detour becomes direction. Every silence becomes a sentence in heaven's language. You've become fluent in that language now, the language of trust, the kind that doesn't need to see the blueprint to believe the builder, the kind that doesn't demand answers to stay faithful, the kind that stands still, even when everything else shifts. And because of that, your presence is changing lives quietly. You might not see it, but you are a walking sermon, a message of what peace looks like in human form. So rest in this truth. You are not waiting for your time anymore. You are in your time. The peace you carry is not a pause. It's a sign that heaven is already moving through you. You're entering the most delicate part of the journey, the season where peace meets purpose. It's not the beginning of something new, but the unveiling of what has quietly been forming within you for years. Purpose felt like a faraway horizon, something you were chasing. But now, it's no longer ahead of you, it's around you, flowing through every ordinary moment. The greatest revelation of your walk so far is this: destiny doesn't always arrive dramatically. Sometimes it slips in unnoticed, dressed as consistency. It hides in the small choices, the patience to wait, the humility to listen, the kindness to forgive. The extraordinary is often disguised as the everyday, and you've learned to recognize it. You used to think purpose would announce itself with signs and wonders, but now you understand that purpose is more like breath, constant, quiet, essential. It's what sustains you, even when you're not aware of it. The world around you still glorifies speed and spectacle, but you've grown immune to that noise. You've found something deeper, significance over visibility. You've discovered that what matters most is not how far you reach, but how deeply you root. As written in the book of 2 Corinthians, chapter 4, verse 17, "For our light and momentary troubles are achieving for us an eternal glory that far outweighs them all." That verse is no longer just comforting, it's personal. You've lived through the momentary troubles that once felt eternal. You've seen how they prepared you for a glory that isn't fleeting. The weight you carry now is not heaviness, it's holiness. It's the gravity of wisdom, the quiet authority of someone who has seen darkness and chosen light anyway. There was once a sculptor who spent years working on a single piece of marble. When asked why it took so long, he said, "Because I was carving everything that wasn't the statue." That's what God has been doing in you. Every loss, every redirection, every silent year, it was all chiseling away what wasn't necessary. What remains is your truest form, refined, steady, radiant. And the beauty of it is that you no longer fear the process. You trust it now. You understand that what looks like breaking is often shaping. You've stopped asking how long and started saying, as long as it takes. That shift, so small but so powerful, is what separates wanderers from warriors. You are no longer wandering. You are walking. You move with intention now, aware that every step has significance. Even your pauses have purpose. Every season, whether blooming or barren, serves something sacred. There's a softness in your strength now. You don't need to prove power. You embody it. Power, in its purest form, is presence. It's not volume or dominance. It's the ability to stand still and change the atmosphere just by being. That's what you've become. A living reminder that peace is not passive. It's potent. You've learned to value stillness not as an escape, but as strategy. You rest strategically. You listen strategically. You love strategically. Nothing you do is random anymore. Every word, every silence, every gesture flows from discernment. You've also stopped trying to fix what's beyond you. There's freedom in that. You've accepted that some storms aren't yours to calm, they're meant to cleanse. Some people aren't yours to convince, they're meant to continue their journey without you. And that's okay. You've stopped forcing alignment where grace has already lifted. This surrender has opened your hands for what's truly meant to stay. You've made space for new relationships, new creativity, new revelation. You're not clinging to what was, you're welcoming what will be. That's what faith looks like when it matures. Less control, more openness. There's a wisdom now in your waiting. You've realized that not every divine move begins with activity. Sometimes the most spiritual thing you can do is rest. Rest, not out of exhaustion, but out of expectation. Rest, because you know heaven is still working even when you're not. Your peace is beginning to spill over into everything you touch. Work feels lighter. Relationships feel clearer. Even challenges feel less threatening. It's not that life got easier, it's that you got anchored. You don't react to every wave anymore because you know the tide always turns. There's an old sailor's proverb that says, "A smooth sea never made a skilled sailor." You smile now because you understand. You've weathered storms fierce enough to capsize a weaker soul. And yet, here you are steady, still, sailing forward with calm conviction. And this calm is your calling card. People may not understand it, but they'll feel it. It's the peace that comes from surviving chaos without losing compassion. It's what separates those who talk about faith from those who embody it. You're entering a season where wisdom will speak through you naturally. You won't need to force words. They'll flow like living water. Every conversation will carry a trace of clarity. Every interaction, a spark of grace. You've become a vessel for what you once begged to receive. And even when no one sees it, heaven does. Every quiet act of obedience echoes louder than applause. Every unseen moment of faith adds another layer to your legacy. You are not forgotten. You are not behind. You are right on time, walking in rhythm with eternity. So, breathe deeply. You've reached the part of the story where striving ends and being begins. The fire no longer burns to refine it, burns to illuminate, and in that light, everything finally makes sense. The air around you feels different, now quieter, clearer, full of subtle direction. It's the kind of shift that only happens when a soul has passed every unseen test. You are standing on the threshold of something new, not because the world around you has changed, but because you have. The atmosphere bends to the heart that is in alignment with heaven. You don't chase change anymore. It comes to meet you. The signs have been gentle, a word at the right time, a moment of peace in a storm, a sudden understanding of something you used to question. These are not random, they're confirmations. Heaven is marking your next chapter, whispering that the waiting season is over. You've learned that divine timing doesn't shout, it signals. It speaks in peace, not pressure. It stirs your spirit before it shifts your surroundings. You feel that stirring now, don't you? That awareness that something long prepared is ready to emerge. It's not about striving anymore, it's about stepping. You've carried revelation, refined through trials, shaped by silence. And now, heaven says, release it. As written in the book of Hebrews, chapter 10, verse 35, so do not throw away your confidence, it will be richly rewarded. That verse now lives in your bones. It's not theory, it's testimony. You didn't hold your confidence because everything made sense. You held it because your spirit refused to quit. That quiet determination, that steady faith, has become your crown. The reward isn't just in what's coming, it's in who you've become. Heaven honors that kind of endurance. The kind that doesn't perform for approval, but persists through silence. The kind that doesn't collapse when unseen, but grows deeper roots in the dark. You've reached that point, and because of it, a new level of alignment is unlocking. Now heaven extends an invitation not as command, but as covenant, a gentle, sacred act of agreement that seals this season of transition. Comment the number 333, not as superstition, but as significance. 3 has always represented divine completeness, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit in perfect unity. When repeated threefold, as 333, it speaks of divine alignment, your body, mind, and spirit moving in harmony with heaven's order. When you write 333, you are declaring, I come into full agreement with God's timing, His will, and His wisdom. It is not a chant, it is a commitment. It's your spirit signing heaven's document of readiness. Let the number be your reminder that everything you've endured is now converging for divine purpose. Your process wasn't random, it was rhythmic. Each waiting season was tuning your heart to the sound of divine order. After you write it, pause. Let stillness settle over you. Feel the quiet pulse that follows that warmth in your chest. That deep exhale. That's not just calm, that's confirmation. Heaven speaks loudest through peace. You'll begin to notice this number, 333 inches, unexpected places. It won't be coincidence. It will be communication. Every time you see it, it will remind you that divine order is active in your life. It's a holy nudge saying, "You are right on time." And 2. This number also carries another layer of meaning, triple grace. Grace that restores, grace that refines, grace that releases. You're not stepping into this next chapter by effort alone. You're stepping in carried by grace multiplied. Think of it as a bridge between your preparation and your purpose. You've crossed many rivers before, but this one is different. This one doesn't test your strength, it celebrates your surrender. You don't have to fight for it anymore. You simply have to walk across, and as you cross, you'll notice the change in atmosphere. The same peace that guided you in silence will now guide you in visibility. The same clarity that comforted you in waiting will now direct you in movement. The Lord doesn't waste seasons, and He never promotes prematurely. The reason this moment feels different is because it is. You've been measured, refined, and found ready. Heaven's order is not chaos disguised, it's orchestration revealed. Everything you've lost, learned, and loved has been part of a divine equation that now resolves into balance. The scattered pieces of your story are coming together into harmony. You'll notice opportunities opening with ease. The doors that once refused to move will now swing open, not because you forced them, but because you're aligned with the key. You've become the frequency heaven responds to: obedient, peaceful, consistent. It's time to walk in that authority. Not loud, not rushed, just radiant. You carry what the world craves: balance, truth, and unshakable trust. You've learned that confidence isn't arrogance, it's awareness of divine companionship. As this new alignment unfolds, keep humility as your anchor. Remember that favor flows best through hearts that stay teachable. You're not done learning, you're just done doubting. The number 333 you declared isn't just symbolic, it's prophetic. It's a sign that the rhythm of heaven is now visible through you. It represents the merging of all that was, all that is, and all that will be under one divine order. You are no longer waiting for your moment. Your moment has been waiting for you. When you see that number again, smile, whisper, "I am aligned." Because it won't just be a number on a screen, it will be heaven reminding you that you are seen, steady, and chosen. And this time, everything is about to move in divine rhythm with you, right in the center of it. You've come a long way, haven't you? When you look back, it almost feels like you've lived many lives in one. There were seasons when hope was a flickering candle, when faith felt like a whisper in a storm, but you kept walking. And because of that, the storm began to respect you. Now, you stand in a space that once seemed unreachable, a life anchored not in noise, but in knowing. Peace is no longer a visitor, it has become your home. You've discovered the rare kind of strength that doesn't need to shout, the kind that stands quietly in the middle of chaos and says, "I know who holds me." The shift within you is unmistakable. You see through love now. You don't look for flaws, you look for purpose. You no longer rush to fix, you pause to understand. You've stopped chasing what isn't yours and started nurturing what is. That's what maturity looks like. It's not about arrival. It's about awareness. You've learned that some blessings come wrapped in stillness, and some miracles arrive disguised as people. There's a beauty in realizing that you are not just walking toward destiny, you are walking with it. Every day, every choice. Every act of kindness is a small yes to something bigger than you. As the Apostle Paul wrote in the book of Philippians, chapter 4, verse 19, "And my God will supply all your needs according to his riches in glory in Christ Jesus." You've seen this provision firsthand. You've watched heaven show up in the smallest ways. A timely message, a kind word, an open door you didn't expect. You know now that provision is more than material. It's emotional, spiritual, relational. It's the right thing at the right time, delivered by a hand you can't see but have learned to trust completely. That same divine generosity now moves through you. The peace you've received has become something you want to pass on. The love that carried you through your lowest moments has turned into your language. You've become a bridge between despair and hope, between silence and song. But even bridges need to be built, cared for, strengthened. And this is where your light, your presence, makes all the difference. If what you've felt here has touched you, if these words have become rest for your soul, consider letting your light flow outward. Like this message, not for numbers, but as a ripple of gratitude. Think of it as a gentle thank you to the unseen grace that reached you today. You can also share it. Picture your share not as a button, but as a seed. You never know where it might land, whose dry soil it might water, whose weary heart it might awaken. You may never meet the one who needed it most, but heaven will see that you shared light instead of keeping it. And if you'd like to stay close to this stream of words, to return whenever your heart needs clarity, peace, or faith, subscribe, not as obligation, but as companionship. Think of it like keeping a lamp by the window. You don't know when the night will fall again, but you know where the light will be waiting. Each simple act, liking, sharing, subscribing, isn't about algorithms, it's about alignment. It's how you say, "I believe in light. I choose to keep it moving." Every gesture keeps this circle of peace alive, connecting souls who may never meet, but still walk under the same grace. And even if all you do is sit with these words for a moment longer, that, too, is enough. You are not here by coincidence. You are here by divine timing. So take this as an invitation, not a requirement to let peace move through you, to carry what you've received into your world in your own quiet way. Because every time you do, the message doesn't end, it multiplies. The world doesn't need more noise, it needs more light. And you, chosen one, are that light. So, wherever you go next, go with open hands, gentle strength, and a heart that knows sharing light never diminishes it. It only makes the night smaller. Light isn't something you force, it's something you become. You don't have to convince people to see it. They'll simply feel it. The calm in your tone, the patience in your timing, the grace in your silence. Those are the ways your light travels without effort. And sometimes, it's not the loud declarations that change lives, but the quiet consistencies, the daily kindness, the small words of comfort, the gentle presence in moments of confusion. Those are your ministries. Even when you don't call them that, remember, you don't shine to be seen, you shine to help others see. You're not a spotlight, you're a lantern. You illuminate paths, not people. You don't demand attention, you guide hearts home. Keep your flame steady, not hurried. It's better to burn slowly and last through the night than to flare brightly and fade too soon. The world doesn't need bursts, it needs beacons. You were made to be one, so when you feel unnoticed, remind yourself, lighthouses don't move to be found. They stand still so others can. Your constancy is your calling. Your peace is your power. Your stillness is your sermon. Carry this truth as you go forward. Every breath, every act of love, every moment of grace adds another spark to the night. The story continues, and you are one of its brightest lines. The light you've carried through the shadows has changed everything. You see the world differently now, not through fear, but through faith. What once felt fragile has become firm. What once felt distant now feels deeply personal. You no longer chase signs, you've learned to become one. Your life itself has become evidence that grace not only saves it, transforms. You're walking in quiet strength, and people can sense it. They may not know your story, but they feel its presence when you speak. It's in your patience, your stillness, your ability to stand calm while others crumble. You are not the same person who began this journey. You've been rewritten by revelation. Your peace now holds power. It doesn't shout, it whispers. I've seen too much of God to ever doubt him again, and that whisper carries weight. It's the kind of confidence that can't be faked, because it's forged in fire and cooled in grace. You don't fight for control anymore. You've learned the rhythm of surrender. You've seen that when you let go, heaven begins to move faster. The things that once terrified you now feel small, not because they've changed, but because your trust has grown. You've learned to rest even when you don't understand. That is spiritual maturity, to choose calm while standing in mystery. As written in the book of Psalms, chapter 37, verse 7, "Be still before the Lord, and wait patiently for him. Do not fret when people succeed in their ways, when they carry out their wicked schemes." Those words are the foundation of your peace. You no longer compete with noise or compare your pace with others. You understand that divine timing doesn't need defending. The same God who led you through wilderness will lead you into wonder. The road hasn't changed, only your posture has. Now, you move differently. You walk through life like a poem, each step measured, each pause a meaningful. There is rhythm in your restraint, purpose in your patience. You've learned that silence can be strength, that waiting can be warfare. You've stopped proving and started embodying. This peace you carry now is contagious. It spreads quietly, like fragrance in a still room. People will draw near without knowing why. They'll feel anchored just being around you. You won't need to explain what changed. Your presence will speak louder than your words ever could. You've become a living example of what it means to walk in divine alignment. The storms may still come, but they don't command you anymore. You've learned how to let the wind move through you without moving you off course. You are the calm in your own story now. The world calls this peace rare, but you know it's simply the result of choosing trust over turmoil, faith over fear, surrender over struggle. There's a story about a shepherd who led his flock through a mountain storm. The wind howled, lightning flashed, and yet he sang softly as he walked. When asked later how he stayed so calm, he said, "Because I've crossed this mountain before. I know what's on the other side." That's you now. You've crossed too many mountains to fear the thunder. Your steps are steady because your memory is holy. You remember what God has done, and it keeps you from doubting what he's doing. You've stopped questioning the process because you've seen its pattern. The same grace that sustained you then is the same grace guiding you now. And in this moment, as these words reach you, heaven wants to remind you of something simple yet powerful. Your peace is not passive, it's prophetic. Every time you choose stillness, you're declaring that God is still working. Every time you refuse panic, you're prophesying stability. Every time you rest, you're revealing that the promise is near. If this resonates in your spirit, if you feel this truth rising quietly inside you, then take a breath and make a small but sacred declaration. Comment, I remain calm. No, these 3 words are not resistance, they're remembrance. When you type them, you're not writing for attention, you're writing for alignment. You're saying, even when I don't see it, I won't shake. Even when I don't understand, I'll still trust. Even when it hurts, I'll still stay anchored. I remain calm isn't just an attitude, it's an atmosphere. It changes how you breathe, how you respond, how you see the world. It's your spirit saying, peace is my posture now. There's strength in this declaration. It's what separates reactors from responders, wanderers from warriors. The ones who remain calm are the ones who carry clarity. While others rush, you rest. While others fear, you focus. And as you make that choice, everything around you begins to adjust. Chaos loses its grip. Confusion fades. Even time itself starts to serve you instead of slipping through your hands. That's what happens when peace becomes your authority. After you write it, sit for a moment. Let your breath catch up to your spirit. Feel the steadiness return. You'll realize that you no longer need proof, because peace is the proof. It's the evidence that heaven is working behind the scenes, moving pieces into place you can't yet see. Every word you release from peace carries power. It plants seeds that produce fruit in due time. The calm you declare today will echo through your tomorrow. You are walking proof that stillness isn't weakness. It's warfare done with wisdom. It's how the chosen fight without fear, without frenzy, with full faith. The world may continue to rush, but you will continue to rest. You will move with heaven's rhythm, not man's hurry, because you've seen what happens when you let peace lead, and you'll never go back. So write it once more, not with your fingers but with your heart. I remain calm. Let it be the melody that follows you into the days ahead, because in calmness, you hear God clearer. In calmness, your faith grows stronger, and in calmness, the promise always finds you. There's something sacred about the quiet seasons after great movement, the spaces where nothing seems to be happening on the surface, yet everything is maturing underneath. You've entered that space now, the place between fulfillment and new formation. It's the pause after the miracle, the stillness after the storm. It may seem uneventful, but in heaven's rhythm, this is one of the most important parts of the journey. You're not in delay, you're in digestion. Every revelation, every lesson, every divine encounter needs time to settle into your spirit before the next chapter begins. You've experienced the rush of breakthrough, and now comes the rest of becoming. Like fertile soil after rainfall, your soul is absorbing everything it needs to sustain future fruit. You've learned that growth isn't always visible. Sometimes it's internal, a refining of vision, a deepening of roots. The same way trees grow silently beneath the surface, You are strengthening unseen foundations that will support what's next. There's peace in this stage, but also purpose. You're being taught to live in rhythm with eternity, to act when prompted, and to rest when told. That's what true maturity looks like. Obedience without urgency. Trust without tension. You don't need constant proof anymore. You've learned to rest in promises that haven't even arrived yet. As revealed in the book of Isaiah, chapter 30, verse 15, "In quietness and trust is your strength." Those words aren't just comforting, they're commanding. They call you into the kind of strength that doesn't depend on motion, but on meaning. It's a strength that stands tall without shouting, that stays patient even when surrounded by pressure. You've discovered that the greatest warriors in the kingdom often fight their battles through stillness, not struggle. And that stillness doesn't mean inactivity, it means intentionality. You move slower now because you move with precision. You speak less because your words carry weight. You've learned to measure your actions not by outcomes, but by alignment. This quiet season is heaven's way of stabilizing what you've built. God doesn't promote without anchoring, and you've reached a place where your roots must go deeper to hold the expansion that's coming. The silence isn't punishment, it's protection. The stillness isn't distance, it's development. You are like an archer drawing back the bow. The tension doesn't mean you're stuck, it means you're being positioned for distance. The farther you're pulled back, the greater the reach, and though it may feel like delay, heaven calls it preparation. This part of the process is often misunderstood because it lacks spectacle. The miracles of maturity are quiet. They happen when no one's watching. You'll find yourself praying less for doors and more for discernment. Less for recognition, more for revelation. You're no longer asking God to hurry. You're asking Him to help you hear. And when you listen closely, you'll notice something beautiful. He's been speaking all along, just in subtler tones. The rustle of leaves, the rhythm of your breathing, the peace that wraps around you when you stop running. All of it is the voice of presence reminding you that you're never alone. There's a story of a craftsman who carved wooden instruments. He would often leave them untouched for months after shaping them, allowing the wood to rest before tuning. When asked why, he said, "If the wood doesn't learn to be still, the sound will never be pure." You are that instrument. Heaven is teaching you stillness so that when your sound is released, it will be clear, not chaotic. This sacred pause is forming clarity in you. You're beginning to see your next steps, not as ambitions, but as assignments. You no longer move from pressure, you move from peace. That shift, subtle yet seismic, is what separates striving from anointing. You may find old patterns trying to resurface: impatience, restlessness, the urge to prove, but they don't fit anymore. You've outgrown the need for constant movement. You understand now that the most productive thing you can do in certain seasons is rest without guilt. And in this rest, your perception sharpens. You begin to notice how God weaves timing through every detail. The people who left, the doors that closed, the delays that frustrated you, they all served a purpose. You've reached the stage where you can thank God even for the things that confused you, because you now see their necessity. Stillness teaches you sensitivity. When you stop forcing outcomes, you start feeling alignment. It's how you recognize heaven's yes and not yet. You don't panic when things slow down anymore, because you understand that divine speed isn't about motion, it's about momentum. Some things move slowly, but arrive right on time. In this space of stillness, gratitude deepens. You begin to thank God not just for what's coming, but for what is. The ordinary starts to feel holy again. A morning breeze, a shared laugh, a moment of quiet reflection, all of it feels like worship now. That's what happens when awareness becomes your altar. This peace doesn't make life perfect, but it makes you prepared. You no longer need certainty to feel secure. You've learned that faith is not about predicting outcomes, it's about trusting orchestration. You've stopped asking for clarity and started thanking God for consistency. You walk lighter now because you carry less. The burdens that once defined you have turned into boundaries that protect you. The chaos that once drained you has become the classroom that shaped you. Everything once used to break you now builds you. And that is the quiet glory of this stage. It's not about being seen, it's about being steady. You are becoming the kind of person who can hold peace no matter the weather. Joy, no matter the outcome. Faith, no matter the delay. So, stay here a little longer. Let the silence finish its work. What's forming in you is worth the stillness it requires. Because soon, very soon, movement will return, and this time, you'll move not from need, but from knowing. There's a certain light that only appears after long darkness, not the blinding brilliance of noon, but the soft, golden calm of dawn. That's where you are now. The first rays of morning are touching everything that survived the night. And you realize that even your scars glow when grace shines on them. You've made it through the wilderness, through the waiting, through the wondering, and now, something within you hums with quiet certainty. This peace is permanent. It's strange, isn't it? How the same things that once broke you now bless you. You look back and see that what felt like endings were really introductions. Pain was the doorway through which wisdom entered. Rejection became redirection. The nights you thought you lost everything were the nights heaven rebuilt you from within. You used to think survival was the goal, but now you see that becoming was. You didn't just live through the storm, you learned how to listen in it. The thunder that once frightened you now reminds you of power, not punishment. You've stopped running from discomfort because you know it often carries revelation. The heart you have now isn't fragile, it's refined. It still feels deeply, but it no longer breaks easily. It bends with compassion instead of snapping under pressure. You've learned that sensitivity is not weakness. It's evidence that love still lives in you, despite everything that tried to destroy it. As written in the book of Hosea, chapter 6, verse 3, "Let us acknowledge the Lord. Let us press on to know him. As surely as the sun rises, he will appear. He will come to us like the winter rains, like the spring rains that water the earth." No. That verse carries your story inside it. You pressed on through the uncertainty, through the silence, through the ache of waiting, and true to his word. He appeared, not always dramatically, but faithfully, sometimes as peace when you should have panicked, sometimes as clarity when confusion seemed louder, sometimes as strength you didn't know you had until you needed it. You now walk with an awareness that presence isn't always visible, but is always near. You no longer pray hoping he hears you pray, knowing he's here. The distance you once felt was never absence, it was depth. God wasn't far away, he was further within. And that shift changes everything. You don't chase signs anymore because you've learned to recognize the signature. You see his handwriting everywhere in the timing of events, in the softness of answers, in the quiet way Life aligns when you stop forcing it. There's a balance to your spirit now, a rhythm between action and rest. You've become fluent in the language of trust. You no longer fear slow seasons because you know growth doesn't need noise to happen. You no longer rush blessings because you know rushed things rarely last. You've become patient enough to receive, not just to reach. This maturity has also changed how you see people. You understand now that everyone you meet is carrying something invisible. You listen deeper. You love slower. You give grace more freely. You no longer seek to be understood. You seek to understand. That is the fruit of wisdom. You've also learned to forgive at a higher level, not because the pain didn't matter, but because peace matters more. You realized forgiveness isn't about forgetting. It's about freeing yourself from the grip of memory. You don't owe your past pain another ounce of your energy. Your heart is open again, but this time it's guarded by discernment, not walls. You know now that love is not blind. It sees everything and chooses grace anyway. That's the difference between naivety and wisdom. One gets wounded by the truth. The other gets transformed by it. And though your journey isn't over, you've crossed a threshold. You live lighter. You speak softer. You breathe slower. Not because you're tired, but because you've learned the art of peace. There's a kind of holiness in this peace. It's not loud or triumphant. It's steady. It doesn't seek validation. It simply exists. You've realized that peace isn't something you hold. It's something that holds you. There was once a traveler who climbed a mountain, searching for wisdom. After years of wandering, he reached the summit and found only silence. In frustration, he cried, "Where is the answer?" A voice within whispered, "You were the answer." He finally understood the journey wasn't about discovery. It was about transformation. That's your story too. You've realized you were never waiting for life to begin. Life was waiting for you to awaken. And now that you have, the world feels different. Not because it changed, but because you did. You see beauty in simplicity, purpose in pauses, hot in details. You've learned that every breath can be prayer. Every moment can be meaning. Every heartbeat can be worship. You're no longer chasing destiny like a destination. It's become your daily direction. You carry it with you in every step, every word, every look of kindness. You no longer need to arrive because you are already walking in what was promised. This awareness doesn't make you boastful, it makes you tender. You've seen how grace restores. And now you want to live in a way that multiplies it. You don't demand blessings, you become them. You don't seek favor, you extend it. That's how heaven expands through hearts that remember how much they've been forgiven. This is your peace, the kind that doesn't disappear when the world shakes. The kind that doesn't depend on the next miracle to stay alive. You've become anchored in something eternal. So, breathe in deeply and let this truth rest in you. You are no longer waiting for light. You are walking in it. And wherever your feet touch next, light will follow. There comes a stage in every chosen one's journey where silence turns into language. You no longer need explanations or confirmations. You simply know, not in your mind, but in your spirit. The same way you can sense rain before it falls. You can now sense grace before it speaks. That is discernment, the deep awareness that doesn't depend on sight, yet never misses what heaven is doing. You are living from that awareness now. The confusion that once clouded your path has cleared. You move with quiet assurance, not because you have everything figured out, but because you've learned that you don't need to. You trust that even unanswered questions rest in divine order. The beauty of this season is that you no longer measure life by visible progress. You've learned that movement isn't always forward, it's sometimes inward. Growth now feels less like reaching and more like releasing. You've stopped trying to build faster and started building deeper. What used to feel like delay now feels like design. As written in the book of Proverbs, chapter 16, verse 9, "In their hearts humans plan their course, but the Lord establishes their steps." And you've lived the truth of that verse. You've planned, you've prepared, you've pushed. But only when you surrendered control did the path begin to make sense. Looking back, you can see how every detour was direction, how every closed door was divine protection. Nothing was wasted. Every tear watered something unseen. You used to pray for speed, but now you pray for substance. You used to ask for signs, but now you seek sensitivity. That's the difference between striving and surrender. You've moved from asking when to trusting why. Oh, this peace has reshaped your priorities. You no longer chase applause, you chase alignment. You no longer seek visibility, you seek value. The applause of heaven sounds different. It's quieter, deeper, and often disguised as peace. That's the approval you now live for. And because of that, life feels lighter. You don't wake up weighed down by expectation anymore. You rise with gratitude. You rise with presence. You've learned that the goal isn't to control what happens, it's to stay grounded no matter what does. You carry a new type of wisdom, one that doesn't need to speak constantly to be understood. Your silence now holds revelation. People sense truth from you, not by what you say, but by how you move. Your peace preaches louder than your words ever could. There was once a gardener who tended his field without hurry. When others asked why he worked so slowly, he smiled and said, "Because I'm not planting for this season alone." That's the mindset you carry now. You sow with eternity in mind. You're not building moments, you're building legacy. Every act of faith, every quiet yes, every unseen kindness is a seed that will outlive you. You no longer see interruptions as obstacles. You've learned that sometimes heaven rearranges your day to protect your destiny. The delay that frustrates you may be the detour that saves you. That awareness keeps you calm when plans shift unexpectedly. You no longer panic when things don't go your way. You pause and ask, what is heaven protecting me from? The peace you've cultivated has become an invisible armor. It shields you from noise, distraction, and offense. You've stopped reacting to everything that demands your attention. You respond only to what carries peace. That's how discernment sounds. It doesn't shout. It settles. You've also learned the sacredness of no. You understand now that not every good thing is a God thing. You no longer say yes to everything that glitters, because you've seen how peace fades when purpose is ignored. You protect your energy, your boundaries, your focus not out of fear, but out of wisdom, and yet you remain open. You've not grown guarded, you've grown guided. You know that what's meant for you won't need chasing it, will recognize you. You've become magnetic to alignment. The right people, opportunities, and moments are drawn to your peace like rivers drawn to the ocean. You're starting to see that this entire journey, every rise and fall, every wait and wonder, wasn't about reaching a destination. It was about becoming someone who could walk with destiny without being consumed by it. You now move with balance, anchored enough to endure storms, but light enough to be carried by the wind of grace. There's a deep humility in your posture now. You no longer need to prove your worth because you know who gave it to you. You no longer compete for space because you understand that heaven's design has no shortage. You are secure in your assignment. And because of that, you've stopped rushing outcomes. You've learned that what's meant to unfold will do so in its time. You don't have to push when you're planted in promise. Even the seed knows when to sprout. It listens to the seasons and waits for the whisper of rain. You've become like that seed. You're no longer afraid of being buried because you understand burial and planting feel the same at first. You now recognize darkness as a beginning, not an ending. That revelation has changed how you see everything: pain, waiting, even endings. Nothing ends for you anymore. It evolves. This peace has even changed your relationship with time. You're no longer haunted by the past or hurried by the future. You've learned to inhabit the present fully, to make it holy. Each day feels sacred because you understand it's the only day you're promised. The present isn't a pause between what was and what's coming. It's the altar where gratitude and purpose meet. And as you rest in this awareness, the noise of the world grows faint. You're no longer distracted by what doesn't align. You're focused, grounded, aware. Heaven trusts people like that, souls who can hold purpose quietly, without performance. So, as the story nears its completion, understand this: what's coming next isn't a conclusion, it's continuation. You're not closing a chapter, you're turning a page. The ink is still fresh, and grace is still writing. All you have to do now is stay still enough to hear the next word, because destiny is still speaking. And this time, it sounds like peace. You can feel it, the gentle weight of completion resting on your shoulders. It's not heavy, not demanding. It's soft, sacred, like a mantle settling in perfect fit. This is the moment where everything that once felt scattered now gathers into meaning. You've reached the summit of a long, winding climb. And when you look back, every valley, every shadow, every bruise suddenly makes sense. You realize you were never wandering, you were being woven. Completion doesn't feel like arrival, it feels like alignment. There's no rush, no applause, no fireworks, just peace. The kind of peace that tells you nothing was wasted. Every silence, every heartbreak, every unanswered prayer was part of the design. What once confused you now comforts you. The plan wasn't to make you perfect, it was to make you whole. You've walked through fire, and now you shine with refinement. You've wrestled with doubt, and now your faith is firm, not because you never questioned, but because you found God, even in the questioning. You've lived long enough to know that certainty isn't the absence of mystery, it's the confidence that love remains even when you don't understand. As spoken in the book of Revelation, chapter 21, verse 6, "It is done. I am the Alpha and the Omega, the beginning and the end. To the thirsty I will give water without cost from the spring of the water of life." And those words echo through your spirit now. It is done. Not just as a declaration, but as an invitation to rest, to breathe, to trust that what needed to happen has happened. The thirst that drove you through deserts has been quenched. You don't crave clarity anymore. You drink from peace instead. The same hands that began this journey have finished their work in you, and yet they never stop holding you. You understand now that endings in God's language are simply beginnings disguised. Every completion carries creation inside it. You can feel something new forming, not because the old is broken, but because it has fulfilled its purpose. You're being invited to live from overflow, not from effort. There's a stillness in your spirit that feels eternal. You no longer resist time, you flow with it. You no longer fear change, you welcome it. You've learned that growth doesn't erase who you were, it redeems it. Every past version of you, fearful, fragile, fiery, faithful, they all still live within you, now held together by grace. You've stopped rejecting your former selves. You've started blessing them for getting you here. The old you was a student of survival. The new you is a steward of serenity. You've traded striving for stillness, control for communion, fear for flow. You finally see what the wilderness was teaching all along, that God was never trying to lead you to something, but into himself. That's what it means to win this race, not to finish first, but to finish faithful, to still have love in your hands after the storms, to still have softness in your heart after the scars, to still believe that even when everything else shifts, goodness remains. You've seen the divine pattern, how grace weaves loss into wisdom, pain into prophecy, delay into design. The things that broke you were never meant to define you, they were meant to deliver you. You've been stretched, but not shattered, refined, but not reduced. There's a quiet triumph in that truth. You've won not through conquest, but through endurance. You've conquered not people, not problems, but your own fear. And now that you've learned to stand in peace, you finally understand what true power is. Gentleness rooted in strength. The world may never know the full weight of what you've carried, but heaven does. Every tear was counted. Every prayer was heard. Every act of kindness recorded. None of it disappeared. All of it became part of the tapestry that now drapes across your life in light. You've reached a point where you no longer need to see the whole map. You've learned to walk by rhythm, not route. You can follow the sound of peace like a compass when it hums in your chest. You know you're home. That's how divine direction works. It doesn't shout commands. It whispers comfort. Your heart now beats in harmony with heaven. The same pulse that once carried anxiety now carries assurance. You breathe slower, speak softer, love deeper. You no longer rush to fill silence. You let silence speak. There's a radiance about you now that words can't quite describe. It's not pride, it's presence. It's what happens when someone learns to dwell in divine timing. You've become a reflection of calm in a restless world, a living reminder that peace is possible and holiness is human. And though this chapter closes, you sense another opening. You can almost hear the turn of the next page, a soft sound, like wind moving through leaves. The story isn't ending, it's evolving. You've learned that God never writes finales, only transitions. The greatest lesson of all has been this: you were never meant to arrive, you were meant to abide, to live not in pursuit of glory, but in partnership with grace, to stop performing for love and start resting in it. This is what victory looks like, not the absence of struggle, but the presence of peace within it. You've been crowned, not with gold, but with understanding, not with fame, but with faith. You've won in the way that heaven measures winning, by remaining open, humble, whole, So here, at the end, that is also a beginning. Take one last deep breath. Let gratitude rise through you, like sunlight through stained glass. Every crack, every color, every flaw has become part of the beauty. You are complete, not because the world says so, but because heaven does. It is done, and yet, it has only just begun. This is where the journey settles, not with an ending, but with a heartbeat. You've walked through fire, through silence, through revelation. You've wrestled, risen, and remembered who you are, chosen, refined, and free. The story may close here in words, but not in spirit, because the truth you found, this peace, this strength, this divine rhythm lives in you now, and it will keep unfolding long after this final sentence fades. If these words have spoken to you, don't rush away just yet. Take a breath. Feel what's resting inside your chest. That's not just inspiration, that's remembrance. You've always known you were meant for something greater, something quieter, something sacred. You were never ordinary. You were extraordinary in disguise. Every chapter of pain was just the soil where purpose took root. And now, you carry that purpose like light in your hands. You are the evidence that healing is possible, that grace still moves, that love can rebuild what life tried to ruin. When you speak, peace enters the room. When you stand, hope finds its footing again. You don't need to prove your worth anymore. You embody it. If what you've found here has become a reflection of what's been awakening within you, let it live beyond this moment. Like this message, not as a gesture to a post, but as an act of agreement. Every time you press that small symbol, you're not feeding numbers, you're affirming, yes, this truth belongs to me. No. And if this story has reminded you that you are not walking alone, share it. Share it the way one traveler passes a torch to another on a dark road. Somewhere, someone is searching for the light you've just received. Your small act of sharing might be the exact spark that helps them keep going. If you've felt at home here, if each section has been a mirror of your own walk through wilderness and wonder, then subscribe. Not as routine, but as relationship. Consider it a return to the same campfire, where words warm the soul and reminders of grace keep the night soft. Every time you return, you'll find a little more light waiting for you. And maybe, before you go, leave something of yourself behind. Comment a few words, whatever rises naturally. Maybe a sentence, maybe a single phrase, maybe just your thank you. Not for me, but for you, for the you who kept going, who made it through, who's finally breathing easier. Your words are part of this story too. Every comment becomes another thread in the tapestry of those who dared to hope again. No one here is above or below another. We're all walking different roads toward the same dawn. And when one of us finds light, it's our quiet duty to lift it high enough for the next soul to see. That's what this space is. Not a platform, but a fellowship. Not a page, but a pathway. Every act of engagement keeps the flame alive for you, for me, for the next chosen one who stumbles across it at just the right time. This isn't the end, it's the echo. The reminder that endings in God's design always sound like beginnings. So take what you've gathered here, every whisper, every truth, every spark, and carry it gently into your tomorrow. Walk forward, knowing that you don't need to search for meaning anymore. You are meaning, You don't have to beg for light. You are light. The same grace that brought you here will carry you there, wherever there may be. And whenever you return, whether in days, weeks, or seasons, you'll find this space still open, still breathing, still filled with the same calm voice reminding you, you were always chosen. You were always enough. And you were never walking alone. So go, carry this peace, share this glow, stay connected. The journey continues, through you,